Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, they clattered when touched, smooth, glassy, some chipped at the edges. The bathroom sink was packed with them, piled high like a collection. Beneath the drain, lodged deep in the pipe, was a fingertip, still soft, still pink. Wrapped around it, a strand of braided hair tied in a knot. Detective Sarah Morrow had been on the force for 17 years, but she'd never seen anything like this. The house at 2347 Oakwood Drive looked ordinary from the outside, white trim, blue siding, a small porch with a swing that creaked in the autumn breeze. The kind of home where you'd expect children's laughter, not the silence that now engulfed it. Ellie Pearson had lived in this house since 1994. She'd moved to Millbrook, Pennsylvania after her divorce, a fresh start, she'd told her sister, a place where nobody knew her history. She was 42 when she disappeared, though most people thought she was younger. She had that kind of face, soft around the eyes, with a smile that made strangers feel welcome. She worked as a librarian at the local elementary school, where she was known for her collection of patterned scarves and her patience with difficult children. She never missed a day of work, Principal Davis told Detective Morrow 3 days after Ellie was reported missing. Not one. She called in sick last Thursday, and when she didn't show up Friday either, I called her home. When she didn't answer, I figured she must have been pretty ill. But Ellie wasn't ill. Her car was still in the garage. Her purse sat on the kitchen counter, wallet intact. Her cell phone was charging by her bedside. The television in the living room was on, tuned to a cooking show. A half-empty mug of tea had grown cold on the coffee table. The house showed no signs of forced entry, no struggle, no blood. Nothing seemed out of place except for the marbles in the bathroom sink and the fingertip in the drain. The marbles were varied, cat's eyes with swirls of blue and green, solid black ones that looked like polished onyx, clear ones with tiny bubbles trapped inside, red ones that glowed when held to the light. There were exactly 73 of them. Detective Morrow counted them twice, placing each one in an evidence bag. DNA tests would later confirm what they all suspected. The fingertip belonged to Ellie Pearson. But 72 hours into the investigation, they still had no idea where the rest of her was. Neighbors described Ellie as private but friendly. She waved when she collected her mail. She attended block parties with homemade apple pie. She walked her aging golden retriever, Rusty, every morning at 6 and every evening at 7. When Rusty wasn't on his walk Thursday morning, I thought it was strange, said Mrs. Henderson from across the street. But I figured maybe the poor thing was sick. He's 12, you know, getting on in years. She paused, lowering her voice. Funny thing is, the dog is missing too. Detective Morrow established a timeline. Wednesday evening, Ellie was seen walking Rusty at the usual time. She stopped to chat with the Thompsons about their new gazebo. She mentioned having a headache but seemed otherwise normal. Thursday morning, no Rusty walk. Thursday afternoon, Ellie didn't answer her phone when her sister called. Friday morning, still no sign of Ellie or Rusty. Friday evening, Principal Davis drove by and noticed all the lights were on in the house, but no one answered the door. Saturday morning, Ellie's sister, Karen, used her spare key to enter the house and called 911 when she found the marbles. The bathroom sink had been cleaned recently. The mirror sparkled, the tiles gleamed, the air smelled faintly of bleach except for the drain, which carried a metallic scent. Organic. The crime scene investigators said the finger had been severed with something sharp and precise, A garden shear, perhaps, or surgical scissors. "What's with the marbles?" Karen asked on Sunday, her eyes red from crying. Ellie didn't collect marbles, she collected vintage bookmarks. This doesn't make any sense. As they searched the house more thoroughly, Detective Morrow found something else that didn't make sense. In Ellie's bedroom closet, behind a row of sensible shoes, was a shoebox. Inside were dozens of letters, all addressed to Ellie, all from someone named V. The letters dated back 20 years, long before Ellie moved to Millbrook. They started friendly, affectionate even, reminiscing about shared experiences, inside jokes. But as Detective Morrow read through them chronologically, the tone changed. "I saw you with him again. You don't have to lie to me. I know what you're doing. The way you look at me when you think I don't notice. I notice everything about you, Ellie, everything. You can't hide from me, not ever." The last letter was dated just 3 weeks ago. "I found you again. Did you really think changing your name would be enough? Silly Ellie. Or should I call you Rebecca now? No matter how far you run, I'll always find my way back to you. Just like when we were kids. Remember our game? I still have our collection. I've been adding to it all these years. Soon we'll be together again." When Detective Morrow showed the letters to Karen, the color drained from her face. "Rebecca, she hasn't gone by that name since. Oh God." Karen sank into a chair. "You need to look for someone named Vincent Mercer. He and Ellie, Rebecca back then, grew up next door to each other in Ohio. He was obsessed with her. He used to give her marbles, said they were special because they lasted forever. When we were teenagers, he became dangerous, started following her, leaving notes. Once he broke into our house and was just sitting in her room when she came home from school. Our parents got a restraining order, but it didn't stop him. Eventually, we moved away. That was almost 30 years ago." Detective Morrow ran a background check on Vincent Mercer. He'd been institutionalized briefly in his 20s. After his release, he seemed to vanish from official records. No driver's license, no tax returns, no social media. A ghost. The break in the case came from an unexpected source. A cashier at the local grocery store remembered a man who had come in repeatedly over the past month, always buying the same items: dog treats and tea. English breakfast, Ellie's favorite. "He stood out because he always wore gloves," she said, "even when it was warm outside, thin leather gloves, and he talked about the librarian like he knew her, but something felt off. He said he was her cousin visiting from out of town, said he was staying with her." Security footage confirmed it. A slender man with graying hair and a limp, his hands always covered. Detective Morrow showed the image to Karen. "That's him," she whispered. "That's Vincent." They traced him to a motel on the edge of town. Room 17. When they knocked, there was no answer. The manager let them in. The room was empty of people but full of evidence. Maps with Ellie's daily routes highlighted. Photos of her at the grocery store, walking Rusty, reading on her porch, taken with a telephoto lens. A journal detailing her habits, her conversations, what she ate for dinner each night. And marbles, dozens more marbles, arranged in neat rows on the dresser. The bathroom door was closed. Detective Morrow pushed it open slowly, her hand on her weapon. The bathtub was filled with water, clear water that reflected the ceiling light. Floating on the surface was a single playing card, the Queen of Hearts. When she lifted it with gloved fingers, she found writing on the back. "You're too late, we're together now, where it all began." Where it all began, Ohio, Vincent's childhood home. They contacted the local authorities, who found the property abandoned decades ago after Vincent's parents died. The house was condemned, partially collapsed, surrounded by overgrown weeds. In the backyard they found freshly disturbed earth, 2 graves side by side. In one they found Rusty, his golden fur matted with soil. In the other, wrapped carefully in a blue blanket, was Ellie Pearson. All her fingers were intact except for the right index finger. Around her neck was a necklace made of marbles, strung together with braided strands of her own hair. Vincent Mercer was never found. Some say he died in the woods behind the property. Others believe he started a new life somewhere else under a different name. Every few years, a report surfaces of a strange man with a limp buying marbles at antique shops across the country. And sometimes, in homes where women live alone, people find marbles appearing mysteriously in drawers on windowsills or piled high in bathroom sinks. A warning, perhaps, or a promise. Detective Sarah Morrow keeps one of Ellie's marbles on her desk, a reminder that some cases never truly close, that some predators patient enough to wait decades for their prey are patient enough to disappear completely, and that sometimes the most ordinary objects, smooth, glassy, some chipped at the edges, can be the most terrifying of all. Crime 2 faded from the sun but still legible, dozens of names carved into the wooden slats of the backyard fence. Some were first names only, others full. One panel read mine over and over again. The last name added was fresh, and it matched the girl who had gone missing 3 days before. The small town of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, had always been the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked. Detective Sarah Reeves had grown up there, left for college, and returned 15 years later with a badge and a decade of experience from the Philadelphia Police Department. She never expected her homecoming to involve a case like this. Olivia Brenner was 16, a quiet girl with long brown hair who played clarinet in the school band and worked weekends at the local diner. Her mother, Karen, had called the police at 11:47 p.m. on Friday when Olivia didn't return from her evening shift. Unlike most teenage disappearances that resolved within hours, this one felt different from the start. She texted me at 9:15 that she was leaving work, Karen told Detective Reeves, her voice barely above a whisper as they sat at the kitchen table. It's a 12-minute walk. She's never late, never. Karen's fingers trembled around her mug of untouched coffee. I called the diner. Marcus said she clocked out at 9:10. Those 35 missing minutes between leaving work and not arriving home became the center of an expanding investigation. 35 minutes in which Olivia Brenner had vanished into the cool October air. The first 48 hours yielded nothing. No sightings, no activity on her phone or social media accounts. Her bank account remained untouched. The search parties combed the 3 possible routes from the diner to the Brenner home, finding nothing but fallen leaves and the occasional discarded candy wrapper. On Monday morning, Detective Reeves received a call from Karen Brenner. "Someone was in our backyard," she said, her voice strained. "There's something on our fence." The Brenners' fence was old, weathered cedar that separated their property from an undeveloped wooded lot. What Detective Reeves found there made her stomach tight. Names, dozens of them. Most appeared years old, carved with varying depths and skill. Some were accompanied by dates. The wood had darkened around the older carvings, making them barely visible unless you were looking for them. But one name stood out, freshly carved, the pale wood still showing splinters where a knife had dug in. Olivia B. "I've never noticed these before," Karen said, her arms wrapped tightly around herself despite the mild temperature. "How could I not have seen this?" Detective Reeves studied the fence carefully. "The names are on the outside face, facing the woods. You wouldn't have seen them unless you walked around to the other side." A forensics team photographed and cataloged each name on the fence, 27 in total, spanning what appeared to be decades based on weathering. 3 had full names. None matched any open missing persons cases in the area. A troubling theory began to form in Reeves' mind. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Hank Galloway, a retired English teacher who lived 2 streets over, approached the police station the following day. His arthritis made his movements slow and deliberate as he lowered himself into the chair across from Detective Reeves. "I recognize the fence in the news," he said, his voice carrying the slight tremor of age. "Back in the 70s, that whole area was just woods. The local kids called it the wishing fence. They'd carved their crush's name into it, silly teenage superstition. Supposedly, if you carved someone's name, they'd eventually become yours." Reeves leaned forward. "And when did people stop doing this?" "When the developments went in during the early 80s, most of the woods got cleared out. I guess the Brenner house ended up keeping that old fence section. It wasn't much, but it provided context. The fence had history, a local tradition turned eerie coincidence, but it didn't explain why Olivia's name had appeared after her disappearance." The police expanded their search to include registered sex offenders in a 30-mile radius. They interviewed Olivia's classmates, teachers, and coworkers. Everyone described her the same way: quiet, responsible, no boyfriend, no enemies. Marcus Chen, the night manager at the diner, mentioned something odd during his second interview. Olivia seemed distracted her last few shifts. She kept looking out the window like she was watching for someone. "Did she mention anyone bothering her?" Reeves asked. "No, but," he hesitated. "Last Wednesday, this older guy came in, sat in her section, didn't order much, just coffee, stayed for almost 2 hours watching her. I asked if she knew him and she said no, but she didn't seem worried." The security footage from the diner had already been reviewed, but Reeves watched it again with this new information. The man in question sat with his back mostly to the camera. Mid-50s, thinning gray hair, medium build, nothing distinctive except for a slight hunch to his shoulders. He paid in cash, no clear images of his face. On day 5 of the investigation, another disturbing discovery emerged. A jogger found Olivia's backpack in a creek 3 miles from town. Inside was her wallet, phone, and a small notebook filled with what appeared to be poetry. The last entry, dated the day she disappeared, read, "He says he's known me forever, that I belong with the others, that my name is already there waiting." The words sent a chill through Detective Reeves. The forensics team processed the backpack and notebook for fingerprints and DNA, but the water damage had compromised most potential evidence. That evening, while reviewing the case files at her kitchen table, Reeves had a realization about the fence. If it predated the neighborhood development, then it might have belonged to a previous property. County records confirmed her suspicion. Before the subdivision was built, a single house had stood on that land from 1937 until it was demolished in 1979. The property had belonged to the Mercer family. The name struck a chord. One of the clearest, oldest carvings on the fence read, Eleanor Mercer. Further digging revealed that Walter Mercer, the last owner, had died in 1998. His son, Richard Mercer, now 61, still lived in Millbrook. The address listed was less than a mile from the Brenner home. The next morning, Reeves drove to Richard Mercer's address, a small, well-maintained bungalow with a meticulously kept garden. No one answered her knock. Neighbors said Mercer was a private man who rarely socialized. He worked as a groundskeeper at Millbrook Cemetery for nearly 30 years before retiring last spring. A background check showed no criminal record. But there was something else. Richard Mercer had been briefly questioned in connection with the disappearance of a college student in 1988. The case remained unsolved. Reeves obtained a search warrant for Mercer's home. He wasn't there when they arrived, but what they found inside was disturbing. The walls of one bedroom were covered with photographs, girls and young women, all with long dark hair. Some appeared to be candid shots taken from a distance. Others were clearly cut from yearbooks or newspapers. And in a desk drawer they found a small, worn pocket knife and a notebook containing a list of names that matched those carved into the fence. An APB went out for Richard Mercer. His car was located in the cemetery parking lot, but there was no sign of him. As night fell, the search expanded throughout the grounds. Detective Reeves found herself drawn to the oldest section of the cemetery, where gravestones dated back to the early 1900s. There, behind a large family mausoleum, she spotted a freshly disturbed area of soil. Not a grave, too small and shallow, but something had been buried there recently. The forensics team carefully excavated the spot, uncovering a metal box containing a clarinet reed, a name tag from a diner uniform, and a lock of dark brown hair tied with a blue ribbon. Items belonging to Olivia Brenner. But no body, no sign of Mercer, and no indication of where Olivia might be if she was still alive. The search continued through the night and into the following days. Richard Mercer's face appeared on news broadcasts across the state. Roadblocks were set up. Neighboring counties were alerted. On the 7th day after Olivia's disappearance, Karen Brenner called Detective Reeves again. "There's another name on the fence," she said, her voice hollow. "It wasn't there yesterday." Carved beneath Olivia's name was now a new one, Richard M. Less than an hour later, a groundskeeper at Millbrook Cemetery found Richard Mercer's body in the maintenance shed. He had hanged himself. Clutched in his hand was a note that read, "I never touched her. I only wanted her to be mine forever like the others. Now we both belong to the fence." Despite an exhaustive search of Mercer's property, the cemetery grounds, and the remaining wooded areas near the old fence, Olivia Brenner was never found. The investigation revealed that Richard Mercer had been carving names into that fence since he was a teenager, names of girls he had become obsessed with over the decades. Most had never known of his fixation. Some had moved away. Others still lived in Millbrook, unaware they had been claimed. Olivia's case remains open. Each year on the anniversary of her disappearance, a new carving appears on the fence, not a name, but a single tally mark. The police have installed cameras, but they never capture the person responsible. Karen Brenner refused to move from the house, saying she needs to stay close in case Olivia comes home. She's replaced the fence twice, but the names always reappear, as if etched by an invisible hand reaching through time. Detective Reeves still drives by the Brenner house every few weeks. She slows down as she passes, looking toward the backyard where the fence stands as both memorial and mystery. Sometimes in the fading light of dusk, she thinks she sees a figure standing there, a man with hunched shoulders carving into the wood. But when she looks again, there's only the fence and its names, waiting in silence for someone who may never return. Crime 3, 2 heavy chains wrapped around the handles, held tight by rusted padlocks. No one knew what was inside. When they finally forced it open, there was no food, only 5 sealed jars, each containing what looked like shredded fabric, teeth, and fragments of bone, all labeled with dates and nicknames no one recognized. The storage unit where they found the refrigerator belonged to Martin Grayson, a 67-year-old retired high school chemistry teacher from Oak Ridge, Minnesota. Martin had lived in the same modest two-bedroom house on Willow Street for over 30 years. His neighbors described him as quiet but pleasant, the kind of man who always waved when you passed by but rarely stopped for conversation. Martin had grown up in Oak Ridge, the only child of Eleanor and Harold Grayson. Eleanor had been a librarian at the local elementary school, while Harold worked at the lumber mill just outside of town. By all accounts, Martin's childhood had been ordinary, unremarkable. Former classmates remembered him as intelligent but withdrawn, preferring the company of books to people. After graduating from the University of Minnesota with a degree in chemistry, Martin returned to his hometown to teach. He married once, briefly, to a woman named Catherine who left after just 2 years. They had no children. After the divorce, Martin seemed to retreat further into himself. Darla Weber, who lived next door to Martin for 23 years, recalled how he would spend hours tending to his immaculate garden. He grew the most beautiful roses, she said. Every summer, he'd leave a fresh bouquet on my porch every Sunday morning. Never said a word about it, just left them there for me to find. On October 17, 2019, Martin didn't show up for his regular Thursday morning coffee at Maddie's Diner, where he'd been a fixture for decades. The waitress, Janice Murphy, thought little of it at first. People miss their routines sometimes. But when he didn't appear the following week either, she mentioned it to Officer Dennis Kolchak, who often stopped by the diner for lunch. Officer Kolchak decided to perform a wellness check. When no one answered the door at Martin's house, he peered through the windows. Everything looked normal, dishes drying by the sink, mail neatly stacked on the counter, a half-completed crossword puzzle on the coffee table. Martin's car, a well-maintained 2005 Toyota Camry, sat in the driveway. Using his authority, Officer Kolchak entered the home. Nothing seemed out of place. The bed was made. The refrigerator contained fresh groceries. Martin's toothbrush was still in its holder in the bathroom. His wallet rested on the nightstand, containing his driver's license, credit cards, and $43 in cash. His phone lay beside it, battery dead. It was as if Martin had simply vanished in the middle of an ordinary day. The investigation into Martin's disappearance proceeded slowly at first. There was no evidence of foul play, no signs of struggle, no unusual bank transactions. Friends and former colleagues expressed concern but offered few insights. Martin had kept to himself, sharing little about his personal life. 2 weeks after Martin's disappearance, detectives interviewed Catherine, his ex-wife, who now lived in Des Moines, Iowa. She hadn't spoken to Martin in over 2 decades. "I couldn't reach him," she said, "not emotionally. It was like living with a ghost. He was there, but not really present." When asked if Martin had ever displayed violent tendencies, Catherine paused. "Not violent, no, but sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and find him just watching me sleep, not saying anything, just watching. It terrified me." The investigation might have stalled there if not for a call from Sunrise Storage, a facility on the outskirts of town. Martin had rented Unit 219 for the past 15 years, paying annually in cash. His payment was now 3 weeks overdue, something that had never happened before. Detective Sarah Levin arrived at the storage facility the following morning. The manager, Ron Parkman, unlocked Unit 219 and slid open the door. The space was meticulously organized, labeled boxes stacked against the walls, furniture draped with protective covers, gardening equipment arranged by size. And in the center, a white refrigerator, secured with chains and padlocks. "That wasn't here when he first rented the unit," Ron said. "Must have brought it in maybe 10, 12 years ago. Never thought much about it. Folks store all kinds of things." After obtaining a warrant, the police broke the padlocks. Inside were the 5 glass jars, each containing what appeared to be human remains. The dates on the labels spanned from 1987 to 2015. The nicknames Songbird, Firefly, Sparrow, Butterfly, and Hummingbird offered no immediate clues to the victims' identities. The forensic team carefully removed the jars and transported them to the lab. Initial examinations confirmed that each contained human remains, fragments of bone, tissue, and personal effects like jewelry and fabric. DNA testing would take time. Meanwhile, detectives combed through missing persons reports dating back to 1987, focusing on the Oak Ridge area and surrounding counties. The task was daunting, hundreds of cases, many with incomplete information. They also began examining Martin's life more closely, interviewing former students, colleagues, neighbors, anyone who might have noticed something unusual over the years. Sheila Denton, who taught English at Oak Ridge High School alongside Martin for nearly 2 decades, recalled an incident from 2003. We were on a field trip to the Science Museum in St. Paul. One of our students, a girl named Amber Reynolds, went missing for almost an hour. When we found her, she was with Martin in the butterfly garden. She seemed dazed. Martin said she'd gotten separated from the group and he'd found her. I didn't think much of it then. Detectives tracked down Amber Reynolds, now 34 and living in Chicago. She had vague memories of the incident. "I remember feeling suddenly very tired," she said. "Mr. Grayson gave me some water. After that, things get fuzzy. I just remember waking up on the bus ride home." As the investigation deepened, more disturbing patterns emerged. Every few years, a young woman in the area would disappear. Hitchhikers, runaways, women with few connections, or whose absence might not immediately raise alarms. None had been directly linked to Martin at the time, but retrospective analysis showed troubling coincidences. In April 1987, 19-year-old Melody Harper vanished while walking home from her job at a local diner. Witnesses reported seeing her talking to a man in a blue sedan. Martin had owned a blue Ford Taurus at that time. In August 1994, 22-year-old Leanne Fisher disappeared from a bus stop less than a mile from Martin's house. She had been known to sing at local open mic nights, a potential songbird. Amber Richards, a troubled 16-year-old with a history of running away, was last seen in October 2002 near the high school where Martin taught. She had been wearing a butterfly pendant the day she vanished. Each case had been investigated separately over the years, with few leads and no resolutions. Now, detectives were piecing together what appeared to be a methodical series of abductions spanning decades, all potentially connected to the quiet chemistry teacher whom everyone described as unremarkable. 6 months into the investigation, DNA results confirmed that the remains in the jars matched 3 of the missing women they had identified. The other 2 remained unknown. Carefully preserved newspaper clippings found in a lockbox in Martin's home revealed that he had followed each case closely, saving articles about the investigations and subsequent dead ends. A journal discovered behind a false wall in Martin's basement provided the most chilling insights. In neat, precise handwriting, Martin had documented his relationships with each woman, how he selected them, approached them, gained their trust. He described administering sedatives derived from his knowledge of chemistry to render them compliant. The entries were disturbing not for their graphic content, but for their emotional detachment. Martin described these women as specimens to be preserved. He gave each a name based on a delicate creature that fascinated him, birds, insects, things of beauty that could be captured and kept. Yet for all the evidence uncovered, Martin himself remained missing. Had he sensed the authorities closing in? Had he taken his own life? Or had he simply transformed himself again, as he had done so many times before, becoming invisible in a new community? The search for Martin Grayson continues to this day. His house on Willow Street sits empty, the garden once filled with roses now overgrown with weeds. Occasionally, someone leaves flowers at the makeshift memorial for his victims that has sprung up in the town square. The 5 jars from the refrigerator have been replaced by 5 proper burial sites, each with a real name rather than the nickname Martin had assigned. Families that had spent decades wondering now had answers, though not the ones they had hoped for. Detective Levin still keeps Martin's case file on her desk. Every few months she receives a call about a potential sighting, an elderly man with Martin's features glimpsed at a bus station in Idaho, a substitute teacher in Wisconsin whose background didn't quite check out, a gardener in Oregon whose roses won blue ribbons at the county fair. None of these leads has panned out, but sometimes in small towns across America, residents report finding fresh roses on their porches on Sunday mornings. No note, no explanation, just beautiful flowers, carefully cut and arranged, left by someone who was there and gone before they could be seen. And in storage facilities across the country, managers have become more vigilant about what their customers might be keeping behind those roll-up doors, especially if it's a refrigerator secured with chains and padlocks. Crime 4, it was oddly thick for the living room, worn but heavy underfoot. When pulled away, a square panel was revealed, nailed shut and sealed with black caulk. Beneath it, a narrow chute led down to a dirt chamber lined with mirrors. In the center, a single folding chair facing the wall. Elizabeth Sawyer had lived in the house on Pinewood Drive for 17 years. A quiet woman in her early 60s with silver-streaked auburn hair, she had moved to the small town of Mercer Creek, Vermont, following her divorce. The neighbors knew her as the retired librarian who tended to her garden in spring and summer, baked zucchini bread for the annual block party, and kept mostly to herself during the long winter months. Her son Marcus lived 3 states away in Ohio. He called every Sunday at 7 p.m., a routine that had not changed in over a decade. Their conversations were brief but pleasant, weather updates, local gossip, and the occasional mention of Marcus's 2 children. When Elizabeth didn't answer his call on February 12, 2023, Marcus thought little of it. Perhaps she had fallen asleep early or was visiting a neighbor. When she didn't return his call the next morning, he left another message. By the 3rd day of silence, an uneasy feeling had settled in his stomach like a cold stone. "I just knew something was wrong," Marcus would later tell Detective Laura Harding. "Mom never missed our calls. Even when she had the flu last year, she picked up and apologized for sounding terrible. She wouldn't disappear." Officer Peter Jenkins was the first to respond to the wellness check request. The temperature had dropped to 20 degrees below zero that week, and a recent snowstorm had left the town buried under 14 inches of fresh powder. Elizabeth's driveway hadn't been shoveled. Her small blue Volvo sat in the carport, covered in snow that had clearly accumulated over several days. Officer Jenkins knocked 3 times. Each knock seemed to echo through the silent neighborhood. No one answered. He peered through the windows but couldn't see much through the drawn curtains. After consulting with dispatch, he made the decision to enter the premises. The front door wasn't locked. This was the first detail that struck him as unusual. Elizabeth, like many longtime residents of small-town America, was known to be careful about home security. Inside, the house was cold but not freezing. The thermostat had been set to 55 degrees, low enough to save on heating costs but high enough to prevent the pipes from freezing. Everything appeared to be in perfect order. The kitchen was clean, with no dirty dishes in the sink. The mail had been collected from the floor beneath the mail slot and neatly stacked on the entryway table. There were no signs of a struggle or forced entry. Mrs. Sawyer, Officer Jenkins called out as he moved through the house. "Elizabeth, it's the police. Your son is worried about you." The main floor revealed nothing unusual. Officer Jenkins climbed the stairs to the second floor where the bedrooms were located. Elizabeth's bed was made, her reading glasses resting on the nightstand beside a dog-eared paperback mystery novel. The bathroom cabinet was open, revealing prescription medication bottles with Elizabeth's name on them. Nothing seemed out of place. It wasn't until Officer Jenkins returned to the main floor that he noticed something peculiar about the living room rug. One corner was slightly turned up, as if someone had recently moved it and hadn't properly smoothed it back into place. It was a detail so small that he almost missed it entirely. When Jenkins pulled back the rug, he discovered what would become the focal point of one of the most disturbing cases in Mercer Creek history: a trapdoor nailed shut and sealed with black caulk. By the time Detective Laura Harding arrived at the scene, 3 other officers had joined Jenkins. None of them had opened the trapdoor yet. They were waiting for proper documentation and backup. "I'll never forget the sound it made when we finally pried it open," Detective Harding would later say in her official statement. "It was like the house itself was exhaling after holding its breath for years." The trapdoor revealed a narrow chute, more like a vertical tunnel, that descended about 8 feet into the earth. At the bottom was a small chamber, approximately 10 feet by 10 feet. The walls were lined with mirrors of various sizes, creating an endless, disorienting reflection. In the center of the dirt floor stood a single metal folding chair, positioned to face one particular wall. But Elizabeth Sawyer wasn't there. The search for Elizabeth expanded. Police combed through her financial records, phone records, and interviewed everyone who knew her. Her credit cards hadn't been used since February 10th. Her cell phone was found charging on her bedside table. Her passport was still in the drawer where she kept important documents. As investigators dug deeper into Elizabeth's past, they uncovered that she hadn't always been Elizabeth Sawyer. Before moving to Mercer Creek, she had been Elizabeth Raines, married to Dr. Thomas Raines, a respected psychologist who specialized in alternative therapies for severe trauma patients. The divorce records were sealed, but former colleagues of Dr. Raines described him as brilliant but unorthodox, and mentioned that he had lost his license to practice shortly before the divorce. When police finally tracked down Dr. Raines, they found him living under yet another name in a remote cabin in the Adirondacks. The cabin had no electricity or running water. Inside, investigators discovered notebooks filled with what appeared to be research notes on something called mirror therapy regression and spatial disorientation as a pathway to memory recovery. One notebook entry, dated just 3 months before Elizabeth's disappearance, read, "He thinks she's safe. She doesn't understand that the work was never finished. The mirrors need to be reset." Meanwhile, forensic analysis of the underground chamber revealed something even more disturbing. The dirt floor contained trace amounts of blood from at least 3 different individuals. None of it matched Elizabeth's DNA profile. More puzzling still, carbon dating suggested the blood samples were between 15 and 20 years old. The investigation took another turn when Marcus Sawyer revealed something he had never told anyone: His mother suffered from frequent nightmares and would sometimes sleepwalk. She'd wake up terrified, talking about the room where reflections don't end, but she never explained what that meant, he told Detective Harding. I always thought it was just a dream. 6 weeks into the investigation, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A former patient of Dr. Rains came forward after seeing the news about Elizabeth's disappearance. The woman, who requested anonymity, claimed that Dr. Rains had constructed similar mirror chambers in the basements of at least 2 other properties. He called them reflection rooms, she explained. They were supposed to help patients confront their traumatic memories by creating a disorienting environment where the mind couldn't distinguish between reality and reflection. He believed that in that state, buried memories would surface. When asked if she thought Dr. Rains might have harmed Elizabeth, the woman hesitated before answering. Thomas wasn't violent, not physically, but he was obsessed with his work. He once told me that Elizabeth was his greatest success and his greatest failure. I never understood what he meant by that. The search for Elizabeth Sawyer continued for months. Her case file grew thick with interviews, theories, and dead ends. Dr. Thomas Rains was brought in for questioning multiple times, but maintained that he hadn't seen his ex-wife in over a decade. Without evidence to hold him, police had to let him go each time. Then, exactly 1 year after Elizabeth's disappearance, a package arrived at the Mercer Creek Police Department addressed to Detective Laura Harding. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph showing Elizabeth Sawyer standing in front of a small cottage with mountains in the background. She appeared thin but healthy, her silver-streaked hair now completely white. She was smiling. On the back of the photograph, written in what handwriting experts would later confirm was Elizabeth's, were 3 words: reflections finally ended. Despite an extensive search of mountainous regions matching the background in the photograph, Elizabeth Sawyer was never found. The underground chamber in her home was filled in and sealed by the new owners, who tore up the old flooring and installed hardwood throughout the house. Dr. Thomas Rains disappeared shortly after the photograph surfaced. His cabin in the Adirondacks was found abandoned, his research notebooks missing. To this day, no one knows what mirror therapy regression truly entailed, or what happened in that dirt chamber with the folding chair facing the wall. The case of Elizabeth Sawyer remains officially open but inactive. In Mercer Creek, locals have developed a habit of checking beneath their rugs just to be sure nothing is hiding underneath. And on quiet nights, some swear they can hear the sound of a trapdoor opening somewhere in the darkness, like a house finally exhaling after holding its breath for years. As for Marcus Sawyer, he still calls his mother's old number every Sunday at 7 p.m. The line has been disconnected, but the routine brings him comfort. Wherever she is, he says, I hope she's found peace from whatever was haunting her. I just wish I knew what she was seeing in all those reflections. The mirrors from the underground chamber were collected as evidence and stored in the police department's basement. Detective Harding, now retired, admits that she sometimes dreams about them, endless reflections showing different versions of Elizabeth Sawyer, each one trying to tell a different story, none of them quite reaching the truth. Some mysteries, she often says, are like those mirrors. The more angles you look at them from, the more lost you become in the reflections. Crime 5, not from a child, too wide, too deep. The marks had cracked the wood in multiple places, as if someone had tried to chew through it from the outside in. The baby was unharmed, but there were footprints in the carpet, bare, facing the crib. Grace Anderson never thought much about home security. In the quiet suburb of Millfield, Pennsylvania, crime was something that happened elsewhere, in cities, in movies, on the news. Not here, not in a neighborhood where people still left spare keys under flower pots and children played unsupervised until streetlights flickered on. Grace had lived in her colonial-style home on Sycamore Lane for nearly 6 years. She knew the mail carrier by name. She baked cookies for new neighbors. She was the kind of person who waved at passing cars, even if she didn't recognize them. When her daughter Lily was born in October 2019, nothing changed about Grace's sense of safety. If anything, Millfield seemed even more idyllic, the perfect place to raise a child. Grace's husband, Michael, traveled often for work, sometimes gone 3 or 4 nights a week. Grace didn't mind the solitude. She'd always been independent, comfortable in her own company, especially now with Lily's gentle breathing filling the nursery monitor at night. On Wednesday mornings, Grace attended a Mommy and Me yoga class at the community center. It was her one consistent outing each week, 90 minutes to herself, while Mrs. Abernathy from next door watched Lily. Mrs. Abernathy, a retired kindergarten teacher with silver hair and hands mapped with veins, had offered to babysit shortly after Lily was born. "I miss having little ones around," she had said, pressing a hand-knitted blanket into Grace's arms. "It would be my pleasure." October 12, 2020. Lily's first birthday had passed just 3 days earlier. The morning was unseasonably cold, frost etching delicate patterns on windshields and grass blades. Grace loaded Lily into Mrs. Abernathy's arms at 9:45 a.m., 15 minutes before her class began. Mrs. Abernathy cooed at the baby, who was bundled in a pale yellow sweater, tiny mittens dangling from elastic bands sewn into the sleeves. "We'll be just fine," Mrs. Abernathy assured Grace, as she always did. "You enjoy your class, dear." Grace kissed Lily's forehead and left, her yoga mat slung over her shoulder. The community center was a 7-minute drive away. The class lasted until 11:30. Grace returned home at 11:42 a.m., according to the receipt from the coffee shop where she'd stopped on the way back. She found Mrs. Abernathy sitting in the living room rocking chair, a children's book open on her lap, reading aloud even though Lily was fast asleep in her portable crib nearby. "She dozed off about 20 minutes ago," Mrs. Abernathy whispered, carefully closing the book. "Good class." Grace nodded, setting her coffee on the side table. "Thanks again for watching her." Mrs. Abernathy gathered her things, reading Glasses, Cardigan, the murder mystery paperback she carried everywhere, and departed with a gentle wave. Grace carried Lily upstairs, careful not to wake her, and placed her in her crib for the remainder of her nap. The nursery was painted a soft mint green, with a mobile of fabric stars hanging above the crib. Grace pulled the door halfway closed, the way she always did for naps, and went downstairs to answer emails and fold laundry. At 1:17 p.m., Grace heard Lily stirring on the baby monitor, not crying, just the soft rustling that signaled she was awake. Grace finished the email she was typing and climbed the stairs to the nursery. She pushed the door open, light spilling into the dim room through the partially drawn curtains. And then she saw them, the marks. Her first thought, absurdly, was termites, but termites didn't leave gouges that looked like teeth impressions. Deep, curved indentations punctured the outside of the crib's wooden rail, concentrated on the side facing away from the door. Grace stared, uncomprehending. Her eyes dropped to the carpet, where bare footprints, adult-sized, were visible in a deep pile. The footprints faced the crib as if someone had stood there, leaning over, watching Lily sleep. Grace snatched her daughter from the crib, heart hammering against her ribs. She backed out of the room, Lily clutched to her chest, and ran downstairs to her phone. Her hands shook so violently she misdialed 911 twice. The police arrived 12 minutes later. Officer Daniels, young with close-cropped hair and serious eyes, listened as Grace explained, her voice breaking, how she'd found the bizarre marks and footprints. His partner, Officer Reynolds, older and heavy-set, examined the nursery with methodical care. "The doors were locked," Officer Daniels asked, jotting notes in a small pad. "Yes, all of them, I'm sure of it," Grace insisted. "The windows, too, I always check." Officer Reynolds emerged from upstairs, his expression carefully neutral. "Ma'am, there's no sign of forced entry. All windows and doors appear secure." "But the marks," Grace said, "the footprints, someone was in my house. Someone was standing over my baby's crib." The officers exchanged a glance that Grace couldn't interpret. Officer Reynolds cleared his throat. "We'll dust for prints, take pictures of the marks. Could your husband have checked on the baby before leaving for his trip?" "Michael left yesterday afternoon. Those marks weren't there this morning when I put Lily down for her nap." More officers arrived. They photographed the bite marks, measured the footprints, dusted surfaces for fingerprints. Detective Sarah Moss arrived an hour later, a compact woman with auburn hair pulled back in a severe bun. She questioned Grace again, more thoroughly this time. When did she last see the crib without marks? Who had access to the house? Had she noticed anything unusual lately? Missing items, doors left open, strange cars on the street. "The babysitter," Detective Moss said finally. "Mrs. Abernathy, is it? She was alone with your daughter this morning." Grace shook her head. No way. She's been our neighbor for years. She's in her 70s, for God's sake." "We'll need to talk to her anyway," Detective Moss said gently. The interview with Mrs. Abernathy yielded nothing suspicious. She had indeed watched Lily that morning, reading to her and feeding her the applesauce Grace had left. She'd never gone upstairs, she insisted. The portable crib had been set up in the living room as always. Detective Moss asked if she'd heard or seen anything unusual. Cars she didn't recognize, delivery people, anyone walking near the Anderson home. Mrs. Abernathy shook her head, distress evident in the trembling of her hands. A forensic technician carefully removed the section of railing with the bite marks. "We'll compare these to dental records if we identify a suspect," he explained. That night, Michael flew home early from his business trip in Denver. Grace and Lily stayed at a hotel until he arrived. The police installed temporary cameras around the house. Officers would drive by regularly for the next few weeks. Detective Moss left her card, urging Grace to call with any concerns, no matter how small. "Most home invasions are committed by someone known to the family," she said as she prepared to leave. "Think carefully about anyone who might have shown unusual interest in your daughter or your home." The investigation proceeded methodically over the following days. The bite marks were analyzed by a forensic odontologist who confirmed they were indeed human, adult. The pattern suggested a full set of teeth, though with unusual spacing between the front incisors. The DNA collected was partial, degraded, but clearly human. The footprints yielded little information, size 10, potentially male, but without distinctive characteristics. No fingerprints were found except those belonging to the family and Mrs. Abernathy. The neighborhood canvass revealed nothing unusual. No one had seen any strangers. No unfamiliar vehicles had been parked nearby. The home security system showed no evidence of being tampered with. 3 weeks after the incident, Detective Moss called Grace. The case was at a standstill. Without new evidence, they couldn't identify a suspect. They would keep the file open, continue to patrol the neighborhood, but their active investigation was winding down. Grace and Michael installed an elaborate security system. cameras covering every approach to the house, motion sensors, glass break detectors. They replaced all the locks. Michael rearranged his work schedule to travel less frequently. Grace stopped attending yoga, unwilling to leave Lily with anyone except Michael. The crib was replaced. The carpet was cleaned, then eventually replaced too, when Grace could no longer bear to see the spot where the footprints had been. Life settled into a new normal, shadowed by unease. Then, 6 months later, Detective Moss called again. "We found something," she said, her voice taut with what might have been excitement or apprehension. "A similar case in Weston, about 40 miles from you. Bite marks on a crib, no sign of forced entry, baby unharmed." Grace sat down, her legs suddenly unable to support her. "Did they?" "They didn't catch anyone," Detective Moss continued, "but they found something we didn't. A small camera, no bigger than a button, attached to the underside of the crib." The Weston family had discovered the camera during the crib's disassembly. It was wireless, battery-powered, with a range of approximately 50 feet. It had been streaming footage to somewhere nearby. Police technicians examined Grace's home again, this time looking specifically for surveillance devices. They found nothing, but the similarity between the cases was undeniable. Both homes in quiet suburbs, both victims under 1 year old, both cribs marked with what appeared to be human bite marks, both incidents occurring midday within a narrow window of opportunity. In the months that followed, 3 more cases emerged across Pennsylvania and northern Maryland. Always the same pattern. Always the bite marks. 2 of the homes had hidden cameras, 3 did not. None of the families reported anything stolen. None of the children were harmed. Internet forums buzzed with theories. The crib biter, as online sleuths dubbed the intruder, became the subject of amateur investigation. Some suggested it was a fetish, a compulsion. Others theorized it was preparation for an abduction that never happened. Child Services investigated the families themselves. Could it be fabricated for attention? The investigation found no evidence of this. A year after the incident, Grace received an envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single photograph, Lily sleeping in her crib, taken from above, clearly on the day of the incident. On the back, written in blue ink, "She looks just like you did." Police traced the postmark to a mail center in Philadelphia, but surveillance footage revealed nothing useful, just a figure in a hooded sweatshirt dropping off the envelope along with several others. The handwriting analysis was inconclusive. The photo paper was common, available at any drugstore. Grace and Michael sold their house 2 months later, moving across the country to Oregon. They told no one where they were going except immediate family. They changed their phone numbers, deleted social media accounts, started fresh in a gated community with security guards and 24-hour surveillance. The case remains unsolved. The crib biter incident stopped as abruptly as they began. 5 families across 2 states connected by identical bizarre intrusions. 5 children, all unharmed but forever marked by an encounter they were too young to remember. 5 investigations that led nowhere. Detective Moss still keeps the case file on her desk. Sometimes, late at night, she rereads the reports, studies the photographs of those strange, deep bite marks. She wonders what drove someone to enter those homes, stand over sleeping infants, and leave that disturbing calling card. She wonders if they were watching, planning, or simply satisfying some incomprehensible urge. And she wonders, with growing unease, whether the silence means they've stopped, or simply moved elsewhere beyond her jurisdiction, where no one yet knows to look for bite marks on the outside of a crib. Crime 6, hidden beneath years of oil stains and dust, red symbols stretched from one wall to the other, geometric shapes intersecting like a map. One corner was circled in black. When they peeled back the concrete, they found bones, arranged intentionally, and in the center, a wedding ring still on a finger. The small town of Millbrook, Pennsylvania, had always been the kind of place where neighbors knew each other by name. Ellen Whitfield had moved there in 1997, seeking the quiet life after 20 years in Philadelphia. At 56, she'd retired early from her accounting practice, using her savings to purchase a modest two-bedroom home on Sycamore Lane. The neighbors remembered her as polite but reserved, the kind of woman who would wave from her garden but rarely accepted invitations for coffee. Ellen kept to herself, recalled Margaret Dawson, who lived across the street for 15 years. She was always working in that garden of hers, roses mostly, said they reminded her of her mother. What few people in Millbrook knew was that Ellen had left Philadelphia under difficult circumstances. Her husband of 30 years, Robert Whitfield, had disappeared without a trace in 1995. The police investigation had yielded little. A man with no enemies, no debts, no apparent reason to vanish. His car remained in their garage. His wallet and keys were found on the kitchen counter. Robert's case eventually went cold, filed away as one of those inexplicable disappearances that haunt small police departments. Ellen never remarried. She never even dated, according to those who knew her in Millbrook. Her routine was predictable. Mornings in the garden, afternoons volunteering at the local library, evenings spent reading on her front porch when weather permitted. She received few visitors, save for her sister Carolyn, who drove up from Baltimore every couple of months. For 18 years, Ellen lived this quiet existence in Millbrook. Then, on a Tuesday morning in April 2015, she didn't show up for her volunteer shift at the library. Diane Mercer, the head librarian, called Ellen's home when she was an hour late. No answer. By afternoon, Diane had grown concerned enough to drive to Sycamore Lane. Ellen's car was in the driveway. The front door was unlocked, unusual for a woman known to be cautious about home security. Inside, a cup of tea sat on the kitchen table, still warm. It was like she just stepped out for a moment, Diane later told detectives, but something felt wrong. The house was too quiet. Ellen Whitfield was nowhere to be found. The Millbrook Police Department, consisting of just 6 officers, opened a missing persons case. Chief Thomas Reeves assigned Detective Sarah Harding to lead the investigation, noting the similarities to Ellen's husband's disappearance 20 years earlier. "Two people don't just vanish without a trace," Chief Reeves said during his initial briefing. "Either we're dealing with an extraordinary coincidence, or there's a connection we're not seeing." Detective Harding began with Ellen's home. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. No signs of struggle, no blood. Her purse containing her wallet and identification remained on the kitchen counter. Her cell phone was charging by her bedside. The only unusual element was the back door, unlocked, with a partial muddy footprint on the welcome mat. 3 days into the investigation, Ellen's sister Carolyn arrived from Baltimore. As she walked through the house with Detective Harding, she noted that nothing appeared to be missing, except for one thing. "Her wedding ring," Carolyn said, opening Ellen's jewelry box. "She never took it off, not since Robert disappeared. She said it made her feel like he was still with her somehow." The investigation expanded. Neighbors were interviewed. Security footage from nearby businesses was examined. Ellen's bank accounts showed no recent unusual activity. Her credit cards hadn't been used since the day before her disappearance. The partial footprint at the back door yielded little information: a common work boot, size 11, available at any department store. 1 week turned into 2. 2 weeks became a month. Ellen Whitfield had vanished as completely as her husband had 2 decades earlier. It was during the 6th week of the investigation that Detective Harding decided to dig deeper into Robert Whitfield's disappearance. She contacted the Philadelphia Police Department and requested the old case files. What arrived was frustratingly thin: interviews with neighbors and colleagues, all stating that Robert had been a quiet, dependable man with no known enemies or vices. Financial records showing no unusual transactions. Phone records revealing nothing suspicious. But there was one detail that caught Harding's attention. In their statement, Ellen had mentioned that shortly before Robert's disappearance, he had begun renovating their garage, planning to convert it into a home office. On a hunch, Detective Harding returned to Ellen's home in Millbrook. The garage was detached from the main house, a simple structure with room for 1 car and a small workbench. Ellen had used it primarily for storage. Cardboard boxes lined the walls, containing holiday decorations and old photo albums. Garden tools hung neatly from hooks. The concrete floor was stained with oil and dirt, typical for a garage of its age. Harding knelt down, examining the floor more carefully. Something about the staining pattern seemed odd, almost deliberate in places. She ran her hand over a particularly dark section near the center of the garage. The concrete felt different there, newer perhaps. The detective called in a forensic team from the state police. They brought ground-penetrating radar equipment, scanning the concrete floor inch by inch. The results were immediate and disturbing. There was something beneath the surface, something that shouldn't have been there. With a warrant in hand, the team began to remove sections of the concrete floor. What they found beneath the surface defied rational explanation. Red symbols had been painted directly onto the dirt foundation, geometric shapes forming patterns that stretched across the entire space. In one corner, a perfect circle had been drawn in black paint, and as they continued to excavate, they found human remains. The bones had been arranged in a specific pattern, not as a complete skeleton would naturally decompose. Medical examiners would later determine that they belonged to Robert Whitfield, identified through dental records, and still on the ring finger of one hand was his wedding band, a simple gold circle inscribed with "Forever, E." The revelation sent shockwaves through both Millbrook and Philadelphia. Who had killed Robert Whitfield? Who had arranged his remains in such a disturbing manner? And what had happened to Ellen? The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensic analysis of the concrete revealed that it had been poured in 1995, the year Robert disappeared. The garage floor in Millbrook had been constructed much more recently, estimated to be from around 2005, 8 years after Ellen had moved there. She knew, Detective Harding concluded. She had to have known. Further examination of Ellen's financial records revealed a transaction in April 1995, a payment to a concrete contractor in Philadelphia. Another payment appeared in August 2005 to a similar contractor in Millbrook. The theory that emerged was both simple and chilling. Ellen Whitfield had killed her husband, concealed his remains beneath the garage floor, and then, years later, recreated the same concealment in her new home. But why and where was Ellen now? The breakthrough came when investigators discovered a hidden compartment in Ellen's bedroom closet. Inside was a journal, its pages filled with increasingly disturbed writings dating back to 1994. Robert knows, one entry read. He found the letters, says he'll tell everyone what I did. I can't let that happen. Further investigation revealed that Ellen had been engaged in a long-term embezzlement scheme at her accounting firm, siphoning small amounts from client accounts over many years. The total was estimated at over $1.2 million. The symbols were some kind of accounting code, explained forensic accountant Marcus Reed, who examined the journal. Each shape represented a different account she had stolen from. The circle in black, that was Robert. She marked him as a liability that had been balanced. As for Ellen Whitfield, she remained missing. Some investigators believed she had fled the country when she realized Detective Harding was getting close to the truth. Others theorized a darker possibility, that Ellen had recreated her husband's fate for herself, choosing to end her life rather than face exposure and imprisonment. The residents of Millbrook struggled to reconcile the quiet, rose-growing librarian they knew with the calculating killer revealed by the investigation. Margaret Dawson perhaps expressed it best. I used to watch her tending those roses so carefully. Now I can't help but wonder what else she planted in that yard. To this day, Ellen Whitfield's whereabouts remain unknown. Occasionally, reports surface of an elderly woman matching her description in small towns across America, always living alone, always tending a garden of roses. But by the time authorities investigate, she has invariably moved on, leaving behind only questions and sometimes freshly poured concrete. The case remains open. The symbols beneath the garage floor continue to be studied by forensic experts, and somewhere perhaps Ellen Whitfield tends her roses, carrying the weight of secrets buried twice beneath newly laid floors. Crime 7, it didn't match any brand, no batteries, no screws, but one button, barely visible, clicked differently from the rest. When pressed, the screen cut to static, then showed a hallway neither of them recognized. In the distance, someone walking toward the camera, dragging something behind them. Sarah and Michael Davenport had lived in their modest two-bedroom home in Millfield, Pennsylvania, for just over 3 years. Like many couples in their early 30s, they had established comfortable routines, Michael teaching high school physics, Sarah working remotely as a graphic designer. Their neighborhood was unremarkable in the most comforting of ways, tree-lined streets, well-kept lawns, and neighbors who waved but rarely intruded. The remote appeared on their coffee table on a Tuesday evening in November 2018. Michael noticed it first, picking it up with mild curiosity while Sarah was in the kitchen preparing dinner. "Did you buy a universal remote?" he called out, turning the sleek black device over in his hands. It was heavier than it looked, with a matte finish that didn't reflect light quite right. Sarah walked in, wiping her hands on a kitchen towel. "No, where did you find that?" "It was just sitting here on the coffee table," Michael replied, pressing a few buttons experimentally. "Nothing happened. Weird, maybe it came with something we ordered." Sarah shrugged and returned to the kitchen. Michael set the remote back on the table, momentarily forgetting about it as they settled into their evening routine, dinner, dishes, then an hour of television before bed. It wasn't until Friday night that Michael discovered the hidden button. He'd been examining the strange remote again, idly pressing combinations of buttons while half-watching a documentary. His thumbnail caught on a nearly imperceptible seam on the side of the device. When he pressed it, there was a distinct mechanical click, different from the soft rubber buttons on the front. The television screen immediately went black, then filled with static. Both Michael and Sarah jumped slightly at the sudden noise. "What did you do?" Sarah asked, looking up from her laptop. "I don't know," Michael answered, his finger still hovering over the hidden button. "I just pressed this thing on the side and—" The static cleared. The screen now showed a dimly lit hallway with peeling wallpaper and scuffed wooden floors. The image was grainy but clear enough to make out details. A series of closed doors along the left wall, framed photos hanging at irregular intervals, and at the far end, a figure standing motionless. "Is this some kind of streaming channel?" Sarah asked, moving closer to the television. Michael shook his head slowly. "I don't think so. I've never seen anything like this." They watched in uneasy silence as the distant figure began to move, walking slowly toward the camera. It appeared to be dragging something heavy behind it, something that left a dark smear on the wooden floor. "Turn it off," Sarah whispered. Michael pressed the power button on their regular remote. Nothing happened. He tried the strange remote, pressing every button, including the hidden one again. The image remained, the figure drawing steadily closer. Finally, Michael stood up and physically unplugged the television. The screen went dark. That night, neither of them slept well. Sarah dreamed of long hallways with doors that wouldn't open. Michael kept seeing the dark smear on the wooden floor, his mind filling in unspeakable details. The next morning, over coffee, Michael suggested throwing the remote away. Sarah agreed immediately. He wrapped it in a plastic bag and buried it at the bottom of the kitchen trash. By afternoon, they had nearly convinced themselves it had been some strange glitch or crossed signal with another device. Detective Alina Reese received the missing persons report from Michael and Sarah Davenport on November 15, 2018, 5 days after their last confirmed contact with anyone. It was Sarah's mother who first raised the alarm when her daughter missed their weekly Sunday phone call and didn't respond to repeated messages. When Detective Reese entered the Davenport home with a search warrant, she found everything in order, almost too perfectly so. The house was immaculately clean, dishes washed and put away, laundry folded, beds made. Their cars were both in the garage. Their phones were charging side by side on the kitchen counter. Their wallets, keys, and identification remained untouched. The only unusual element was the television in the living room. It had been unplugged, yet somehow it was warm to the touch, as if it had been running recently. When the forensic team plugged it back in to check for any stored information, the screen displayed only static. In the following weeks, Detective Reese conducted dozens of interviews. Neighbors reported nothing unusual. Colleagues described both Michael and Sarah as reliable, well-liked people with no enemies or serious problems. Their financial records showed no suspicious activity. Their internet search history revealed nothing concerning, though tech specialists noted an unusual gap in activity during the 48 hours before their disappearance, almost as if all data had been carefully erased. 1 month into the investigation, a potentially significant piece of evidence emerged. A neighbor's security camera had captured a brief glimpse of the Davenports' living room window at 2:17 a.m. on the night they disappeared. For approximately 8 seconds, the window glowed with a flickering light consistent with a television screen. In the enhanced footage, forensic video analysts noted what appeared to be a long corridor displayed on the screen. Detective Reese's case notes from December 18, 2018 contained a curious detail that was later redacted from official reports. During her fourth search of the Davenport home, she discovered a small, matte black object wedged between the cushions of the living room sofa. It was approximately the size and shape of a television remote, but had no visible manufacturer markings or battery compartment. When she attempted to photograph it, her digital camera malfunctioned. When she reached for her phone to take a picture instead, she couldn't find the object again despite emptying the entire sofa onto the floor. 6 months after the disappearance, the case remained open but inactive. Missing persons flyers with the Davenport smiling faces gradually weathered and tore away from community bulletin boards. Their families maintained a small but dedicated social media campaign seeking information. In July 2019, the home was finally cleared for sale. The real estate agent hired to list the property reported finding a single, unexplained item during the final walkthrough, an unmarked black remote control sitting perfectly centered on the coffee table in the living room. Thinking it belonged to the television that had been removed during the estate sale, she placed it in a box of miscellaneous items for donation. 3 days later, the real estate agent was reported missing. Her car was found in the driveway of the Davenport home, which remained empty and unsold. Detective Reese, who had been transferred to another precinct, requested to be brought back onto the case. Her request was denied. However, she took a week of personal leave and returned to Millfield on her own time. She obtained permission from the property manager to enter the Davenport house one last time. What she found was a perfectly ordinary, empty home. No remote control on the coffee table. No sign of struggle or forced entry. Nothing out of the ordinary at all, except for the television that somehow had been returned to its place in the living room cabinet, plugged in and turned on to display what appeared to be an empty living room that mirrored the one she was standing in. As she moved closer to turn it off, she noticed something in the corner of the screen, a figure entering the room, dragging something heavy behind it. And in its hand was what appeared to be a small black remote control. Detective Reese never filed an official report about her visit. Her service weapon was found on the living room floor of the Davenport home 3 days later. Of Detective Reese herself, no trace was ever found. The Davenport case file remains open but inactive. The house stands empty, the property management company unable to keep listing agents assigned to it for more than a few weeks at a time. Locals say that sometimes, late at night, the glow of a television can be seen through the living room window, though the electricity to the house has long since been disconnected. And sometimes, people walking their dogs past the house report hearing a distinctive sound coming from inside. A single mechanical click, like a button being pressed. Crime 8 crayon images covered every inch of the wooden beams, stick figures, crying faces, a house surrounded by black scribbles. In one drawing, a figure stood alone inside a box with no windows. That same shape appeared again and again, and it wasn't until they knocked on the wall that they realized it was real. The Winters family had lived in their Millbrook, Nebraska home for nearly 8 months before anyone noticed something unusual. Sarah and Derek Winters, along with their 10-year-old daughter Ellie, had moved from Philadelphia seeking the quiet comfort of small-town life. Derek had accepted a position at the local community college teaching literature, while Sarah worked remotely as a graphic designer. The Victorian-style house, built in 1912, had been a steal at the price, a fact that would later haunt them. Sarah often described Ellie as sensitive. The child had always been quieter than her peers, prone to long periods of solitude and introspection. She collected odd items, feathers, smooth stones, discarded bottle caps, arranging them in careful patterns across her bedroom floor. When they first moved to Millbrook, Ellie's behavior seemed to improve. The nightmares that had plagued her in Philadelphia subsided. She began speaking more at dinner, even making a friend at school named Mia. It was mid-October when things began to change. Ellie started sleeping poorly again. Dark circles formed beneath her eyes, and she became increasingly withdrawn. When questioned, she would only say that she heard breathing at night, a sound she insisted came from inside the walls. Sarah and Derek attributed this to the natural settling of an old house and the wind that whistled through the eaves during autumn storms. "There's someone in the walls, Mom," Ellie insisted one morning over untouched scrambled eggs. "I hear them scratching. They want to talk to me." Derek took to inspecting the house each evening before bed, checking closets and windows, hoping to ease his daughter's fears. Sarah scheduled an appointment with a child psychologist in Lincoln, the nearest city with specialized care. The first available appointment was 3 weeks away. On November 3rd, Ellie didn't come down for breakfast. Sarah found her daughter's bed empty, the covers pulled back as if she'd risen normally. What wasn't normal was the open window, curtains billowing in the cold morning air. A search of the yard and neighborhood revealed nothing. By noon, the Millbrook Police Department had been called. Officer Renee Davis took their statement, her eyes lingering on the framed family photos that lined the mantel. "Has Ellie ever run away before?" she asked, pen poised above her notepad. "Never," Derek's voice cracked. "She's shy, cautious. She wouldn't just leave." "Any arguments recently? Problems at school?" Sarah shook her head. "Nothing unusual. She's been having nightmares, talking about sounds in the walls, but nothing that would make her run away." Officer Davis nodded slowly. "Old houses make all kinds of noises. My sister's place in Omaha, you'd swear someone was walking upstairs when everyone's asleep." But the search for Ellie continued. Neighbors formed groups to comb through nearby woods. The school principal organized a candlelight vigil. Local news picked up the story, and soon Ellie's school photo, a serious-faced girl with dark braids and hesitant smile, appeared on regional broadcasts. 5 days after her disappearance, they found Ellie's sketchbook wedged beneath her bed. The most recent drawings showed the same image repeatedly, their house with what appeared to be a small figure trapped inside the walls. One particular sketch showed their basement with an arrow pointing to an area behind the water heater. Derek went down alone that evening, flashlight in hand. The basement was partially finished, with a concrete floor and wood-paneled walls installed by the previous owners. Behind the water heater, he noticed a section of paneling that didn't quite match the rest. His fingers found the edge, and the section moved slightly under pressure. When Derek called down Sarah, they together removed the loose panel to reveal a narrow crawlspace extending deep into darkness. The beam of Derek's flashlight illuminated what appeared to be old wooden support beams, every inch covered in crayon drawings, stick figures, houses, and boxes with people inside them. "These aren't Ellie's," Sarah whispered, her hand trembling as she touched one of the drawings. "They're old. Look how yellowed the paper is." Derek called Officer Davis, who arrived with 2 additional officers. They photographed the crawlspace before venturing further inside. The narrow passage extended approximately 15 feet, widening into a small chamber roughly 4 by 6 feet. The officers' flashlights revealed more drawings and, most disturbingly, evidence that someone had been living there. A soiled blanket, empty food wrappers, and a plastic bottle containing what appeared to be urine. "No sign of your daughter," Officer Davis reported when she emerged, dust clinging to her uniform. "But someone's been in there recently." The investigation intensified. Records showed that the house had been vacant for nearly 2 years before the Winters purchased it. The previous owners, an elderly couple named Richard and Marion Carlson, had moved to Arizona after Richard's retirement. When contacted, they expressed shock about the crawlspace, insisting they had known nothing about it during their 17 years in the home. A deeper search into the property records revealed a troubling history. In 1994, a family named the Merricks had lived there. Their 8-year-old son, Taylor, had disappeared without a trace that summer. The case had gone cold after months without leads. The Merricks had eventually moved away, and the house had changed hands 3 times since then. Forensic analysts dated some of the drawings in the crawl space to approximately 25 years earlier, consistent with the time Taylor Merrick had vanished. Others were more recent, some appearing to have been made within the past year. On the 7th day of Ellie's disappearance, a package arrived at the Winters' home. Inside was a crayon drawing of their house with 3 stick figures standing outside, clearly meant to represent Sarah, Derek, and Ellie. Written across the top in childish handwriting were the words, "I found HIM." The postmark showed it had been mailed from Lincoln the day after Ellie vanished. That evening, Sarah was sorting through Ellie's clothes when she found a small notebook hidden in the pocket of a rarely worn sweater. Inside were journal entries dating back several weeks. October 12, I heard him again last night. He says his name is Taylor. Mom and Dad can't hear him, but I can. October 15, Taylor says he's been hiding for a long time. He's afraid of the man who took him. October 21, Taylor showed me how to find the door. It's behind the water heater. I'm going to help him get out. The entries stopped there. Sarah called Officer Davis immediately. The investigation now focused on locating Taylor Merrick, who would be 33 years old if still alive. Records showed no trace of him since his disappearance. His parents had divorced shortly after he vanished. His father had died in a car accident in 2007, while his mother lived in a nursing home in South Dakota, suffering from early-onset dementia. The breakthrough came unexpectedly. A man named Edward Paulson was arrested for shoplifting at a convenience store in Lincoln. During routine processing, his fingerprints matched those found on some of the newer food wrappers in the crawl space. Paulson, 48, had been a maintenance worker at the Winters' house during the brief period it had been converted to apartments in the early 1990s before the Merricks purchased it. When questioned about Ellie, Paulson initially denied any knowledge of her whereabouts, but when presented with evidence from the crawl space, his demeanor changed. He began speaking about the children who could hear the walls talking and how he saved them from the voices. A search of Paulson's small apartment in Lincoln revealed a hidden room, accessible only through a panel in the back of a closet. Inside, they found Ellie Winters, physically unharmed but emotionally traumatized. The walls of the hidden room were covered with drawings, some by Ellie, others much older and signed Taylor. Ellie later told investigators in halting sentences during carefully conducted interviews that Paulson had approached her one night as she examined the crawl space. He had told her he knew where Taylor was, that he could take her to him. She had gone willingly, believing she was on a rescue mission. Paulson was charged with kidnapping, false imprisonment, and following further investigation, the murder of Taylor Merrick. Remains found buried in the woods behind a property Paulson had owned in the 1990s were later identified through DNA testing as those of the long-missing boy. The Winters family moved away from Millbrook 3 months later. Ellie began seeing a trauma specialist and slowly showed signs of recovery. She no longer drew houses with figures trapped inside walls, but she kept one drawing pinned above her new bed, a simple sketch of 2 children holding hands under a bright sun. The Victorian house in Millbrook remained vacant. Local real estate agents found it difficult to sell, even at reduced prices. Those who toured it often commented on the strange feeling they experienced in the basement, as if the walls themselves were watching. And behind the new panel that had been installed to cover the entrance to the crawl space, unseen by human eyes, a new drawing had somehow appeared, a stick figure of a man with a large smile, arms stretched wide, waiting. Some wounds never fully heal, some stories never truly end, and in the quiet town of Millbrook, Nebraska, locals still speak in hushed tones about the house where the walls contain secrets best left undisturbed. Crime 9, when the fabric split, white tags spilled out, thousands of them, all with different names and sizes. Some were crisp and new, others were stained, torn, or burned. In the cushion's center, a Polaroid had been sewn into the foam. It showed a group of children standing outside the house, but no one remembered taking the photo. Marissa Coleman had purchased the weathered floral sofa from a garage sale in Millfield, Ohio, back in September 2014. A single mother of 2 boys, she had been looking for affordable furniture for their new rental home on Sycamore Street. The previous owners, an elderly couple named the Porters, had mentioned they were downsizing to move into assisted living. The sofa cost Marissa just $35, a steal, she had thought at the time. For 3 years, the Coleman family lived with that sofa. Tyler, age 11, and Jason, age 9, would sprawl across its faded cushions while watching television after school. Marissa would often fall asleep on it after working double shifts at the local diner. The sofa was nothing remarkable, a dated floral pattern with wooden feet that occasionally wobbled. Yet it became the center of their modest living room, a silent witness to birthday celebrations, holiday gatherings, and ordinary Tuesday evenings. On a humid evening in July 2017, as Marissa was vacuuming beneath the sofa's cushions, she noticed something peculiar. The left corner of the middle cushion had begun to split along its seam. Annoyed but not surprised given the sofa's age, she flipped the cushion over and continued cleaning. That's when she noticed an unusual lump in the cushion's center. Something firm and rectangular was pressing against the fabric. "I thought maybe it was money," Marissa would later tell Detective Aaron Holloway. "You know, like in those stories where people find cash hidden in old furniture. For a split second, I imagined it might solve all our problems." It wasn't money. When Marissa peeled back the torn fabric, a cascade of small white tags spilled onto her carpet. Hundreds of them. Each bore a name, size, and garment type: women's dresses, men's shirts, children's pants. Some were pristine, others appeared damaged, as if someone had tried to destroy them but then changed their mind. Confused and increasingly disturbed, Marissa continued pulling at the fabric. That's when she found the Polaroid. The photograph had been carefully wrapped in plastic and sewn into the cushion's foam center. It showed 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls, standing in front of a house. Their faces were solemn, their clothing outdated. Based on the image quality and the children's attire, the photo appeared to be from the early 1990s. The house in the background was unmistakable. It was 487 Sycamore Street, the very house where Marissa and her sons now lived. But that wasn't what disturbed Marissa most. What sent a chill down her spine was the realization that one of the children in the photograph, a boy of about 10 with a cowlick and a plaid shirt, bore an uncanny resemblance to her son Tyler. "I just kept staring at it," Marissa recalled. "I knew it couldn't be Tyler. The photo was clearly old, but the resemblance, it was eerie." The discovery prompted Marissa to contact the local police. Detective Aaron Holloway, a 15-year veteran of the Millfield Police Department, was assigned to the case. Initially, he approached the situation with skepticism. In his experience, most seemingly strange occurrences had mundane explanations. "I've seen people find all sorts of things in second-hand furniture," Holloway explained. "Usually it's loose change, maybe the occasional love letter or grocery list, but I'd never seen anything like this." The first step was to track down the Porters, the elderly couple who had sold Marissa the sofa. This proved more difficult than anticipated. The assisted living facility they had planned to move into had no record of them. The address they had provided on the sale paperwork led to a vacant lot on the outskirts of town. A check of county records revealed that Gerald and Marion Porter had indeed owned the house on Sycamore Street, but they had sold it in 2008, 6 years before Marissa moved in. The property had changed hands twice in the interim. More troubling, the Porters had no known relatives in the area, and their current whereabouts remained unknown. As Detective Holloway delved deeper into the case, he discovered something unsettling about the Sycamore Street house. Between 1985 and 1993, the home had been registered as a foster care residence. During that period, records indicated that the Porters had fostered 17 children. "The system was different back then," explained Carolyn Denton, a retired social worker who had supervised some of the Porter placements. "Oversight wasn't as stringent. The Porters seemed like decent people, quiet, religious, kept to themselves. There were never any formal complaints filed against them." When shown the Polaroid, Denton's expression changed. "Those could be some of their foster children," she admitted, "but I can't be certain after all these years." The tags presented another puzzle. Many bore manufacturing codes from clothing companies that had gone out of business in the early 2000s. Others came from brands that were still operating. Some tags had what appeared to be handwritten initials in the corners, tiny letters that might have been missed by anyone not looking closely. The police laboratory determined that many of the tags showed traces of chemicals commonly found in commercial laundry detergents. Some bore faint blood stains, though DNA testing proved inconclusive due to the age and condition of the samples. As the investigation continued, Detective Holloway interviewed former neighbors who had lived near the Porters during their time on Sycamore Street. Most remembered little about the family, describing them as private and unremarkable. A few recalled seeing children come and go over the years, but none could provide specific details about the foster children. One neighbor, however, offered a potentially significant piece of information. Elaine Whitaker, now in her 70s, had lived across the street from the Porters for over 20 years. "They were always cutting clothing tags out of garments," Whitaker told Holloway. "I remember thinking it was odd. Once, when I was returning a casserole dish, I saw their kitchen table covered with little white tags. When I asked about it, Gerald just said they were keeping records. I didn't think much of it at the time." The investigation took another turn when Detective Holloway discovered that 3 children who had been placed with the Porters in the early 1990s had been reported missing shortly after leaving their care. 2 of them, siblings named Marcus and Lily Chen, had allegedly been reunited with their birth mother in California. The third, a boy named Daniel Westbrook, was supposedly adopted by a family in Michigan. However, verification of these outcomes proved elusive. Attempts to locate these now adult individuals through public records yielded no results. It was as if they had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, forensic analysis of the Polaroid revealed something that had initially been overlooked. In the bottom right corner of the image, partially obscured by someone's finger, was a date, 6/17/92. June 17, 1992, almost exactly 25 years before Marissa discovered the photograph. The timing feels deliberate, Holloway noted in his case files, as if whoever hid this material wanted it to be found at a specific moment. As the investigation progressed, more questions emerged than answers. Why collect clothing tags? What significance did they hold? Was there a connection between the missing foster children and the hidden items? And most perplexing, why did one of the children in the photograph so closely resemble Marissa's son? DNA testing confirmed that Tyler Coleman had no biological connection to any of the known foster children placed with the Porters. The resemblance, while striking, appeared to be coincidental. 6 months into the investigation, Detective Holloway received an unexpected phone call. A woman identifying herself as Bethany Westbrook claimed to be the sister of Daniel Westbrook, one of the missing foster children. "I've been looking for my brother for 20 years, she told Holloway. "When I saw the news story about your investigation, I knew I had to contact you." According to Bethany, her brother Daniel had been placed with the Porters in 1991 after their mother's death. Bethany, being 18 at the time, had been considered an adult and was not part of the foster care system. She had visited Daniel several times at the Porter residence, but had grown concerned about his well-being. "He started acting differently," she explained, "more withdrawn. Once he showed me a box where he was keeping the tags from his clothing. He said Mr. Porter made all the kids do it, cut out their tags and turn them in. He said it was so they wouldn't forget who they were." Before Bethany could take her concerns to authorities, Daniel had supposedly been adopted. When she attempted to obtain information about his new family, she was told the records were sealed. Her subsequent efforts to locate him had been unsuccessful. Bethany identified her brother in the Polaroid, the boy with the cowlick who resembled Tyler Coleman. The investigation continued to uncover disturbing possibilities. Records indicated that Gerald Porter had worked as a janitor at a local textile factory until it closed in 1997. The factory had manufactured clothing for several major brands, including some represented in the collection of tags. As Detective Holloway pursued these leads, another unexpected development occurred. Anonymous packages began arriving at the police station, addressed to him. Each contained a single clothing tag and a typewritten note with cryptic messages such as "Remember 487" or "The children are in the walls." The case took on a new urgency when Marissa Coleman reported finding additional tags hidden throughout her home, sewn into the hems of curtains, tucked behind baseboards, sealed within the hollow spaces of door frames. Each discovery heightened her anxiety until finally she made the decision to move. "I can't stay here anymore," she told Holloway. "Every time I look at that sofa, every time I walk through this house, I feel like someone's watching, like the walls are full of secrets." In March 2018, 8 months after the initial discovery, the investigation reached a critical juncture. A former employee of the textile factory where Gerald Porter had worked came forward with information. The woman, who requested anonymity, claimed that Porter had been fired not because of the factory's closure, as previously believed, but due to concerning behavior. He was caught collecting discarded clothing tags from the production floor, she revealed, hundreds of them. When confronted, he became agitated, insisting that he needed them to keep track of the children. Management considered it a mental health issue and let him go quietly. Despite these revelations, the case remained largely circumstantial. The Porters' whereabouts were still unknown. The The connection between the tags, the photograph, and the missing foster children remained tenuous at best. Then, on April 12, 2018, a real estate developer purchased the property at 487 Sycamore Street. During initial demolition work to prepare for renovation, construction workers made a grisly discovery within the home's walls. Hidden behind the drywall in what had once been the master bedroom, they found a small cloth pouch containing 23 milk teeth, children's baby teeth, each carefully wrapped in a clothing tag. The investigation continues to this day. The teeth are undergoing DNA analysis, though results remain inconclusive due to their age and condition. The whereabouts of Gerald and Marion Porter remain unknown. The 3 missing foster children have never been located. As for Marissa Coleman and her sons, they have relocated to another state, their exact location kept confidential at their request. The floral sofa that started it all sits in an evidence locker at the Millfield Police Department, its remaining secrets still untold. And sometimes, late at night, when the police station is quiet, Detective Holloway returns to the evidence room to examine the thousands of clothing tags, searching for patterns, for meaning, for some explanation of what happened in that ordinary house on Sycamore Street. So far, the tags have kept their silence, but the investigation remains open. And at 487 Sycamore Street, the new owners have reported hearing strange sounds from inside the walls, like the rustling of thousands of small paper tags, whispering names that no one remembers. Story 10. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time. The heating system groaned in protest, the pipes rattled a familiar tune. It was all part of the building's ancient melody, or so she convinced herself, until one fateful night she heard it. A voice, faint yet piercing, drifted through the labyrinth of vents. It wasn't the ordinary chatter of a neighbor or the echo of a TV, it was a whisper calling her name. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate, her heart quickening its pace. A chill brushed past her cheek, and then almost teasingly the voice spoke again. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the vacant apartment, a silent witness to the aftermath of a chilling discovery. Her eyes fixated on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. The forensics team moved around her with precise efficiency, capturing every detail with their cameras. Alina Reeves, the missing woman whose fate had led them here, had been absent for 7 long days before the stench alerted the building manager. The truth that awaited them inside the ventilation system was beyond comprehension. Officer Patel, his voice calm but tinged with unease, shared the unsettling details. She claimed to hear voices through the vents, he recited from his notes, yet her concerns were dismissed as mere quirks of an old building. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the deep scratch marks that marred its edges. These marks, she whispered to herself, they weren't made by tools. They were born of desperation, of a futile struggle from within. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher known for her nurturing spirit and verdant houseplants, had left behind a trail of unanswered questions. Her classroom remained adorned with the creations of worried students, her windowsill plants basking in the sunlight. Her absence had left a void in the lives of those who knew her, especially her sister, who recounted Alina's growing paranoia in the days leading to her disappearance. She was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents, her sister had confided, her voice trembling with sorrow. "I thought it was just stress, nothing more." Surveying the apartment with a newfound sense of dread, Shaw noticed the eerie precision of its arrangement, the bed meticulously made, the half-empty coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if awaiting a listener. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, painting a harrowing picture of a woman haunted by unseen forces. The forensic report unveiled more chilling revelations. Fibers entwined in the vent grating matched those of Aliner's favorite cardigan. A mysterious fingerprint not belonging to Aliner lingered on the inner side of the vent cover. Yet the most unsettling discoveries came from the audio recordings recovered from Aliner's phone. Alone in her car, raindrops drumming a melancholic rhythm on the roof, Shaw listened to the whispers that had plagued Aliner. "If you're real, say something," Aliner's timid voice pleaded, only to be met with a chilling response after a prolonged silence. "Aliner, sweet Aliner, let me in." Delving deeper into the history of the building unearthed a haunting pattern. Previous tenants had fled, their reasons shrouded in fear and inexplicable phenomena. Voices in the walls, hallucinations, a sense of being constantly watched, weaving a web of dread that spanned years. The building's superintendent, Harold Weber, emerged as a figure of interest, his demeanor shifting subtly when questioned about the occupants of apartment 4B. A veil of secrecy hung over his responses, a flicker of discomfort betraying his facade of indifference. The investigation took a macabre turn when a concealed access panel was discovered in Aliner's bathroom, leading to a hidden maintenance passage that snaked through the walls like a sinister serpent. Within this clandestine realm, a trove of belongings awaited discovery: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers, a stark reminder of a presence lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting, whispering. A search of Weber's residence uncovered a chilling truth concealed behind a facade of normalcy. His computer held a trove of haunting recordings and voyeuristic images, meticulously catalogued by apartment number. Folder 4B housed a plethora of Aliner's intimate moments, captured without her knowledge. A digital diary chronicled Weber's delusional obsession, his desire to merge with his victims in a twisted dance of control and submission. The final blow came with the revelation of a storage unit rented under Weber's name, a shrine to his twisted conquests. Mementos from past tenants, preserved like relics of a dark religion, bore witness to his sinister obsession. Weber's arrest was met with a serene acceptance, his cryptic words to Shaw hinting at a deeper connection to the building itself, a bond forged in whispers and shadows. As the trial unfolded, the chilling truth of Weber's crimes came to light. His defense of insanity crumbled in the face of meticulous planning and predatory intent. The courtroom held its breath as the jury swiftly delivered a verdict of guilt on all counts, sealing Weber's fate. Yet his parting words to Shaw echoed in the silence, a stark reminder of the darkness that lurked within the walls. The apartment building now stands as a silent sentinel to the horrors that unfolded within its confines. Despite efforts to erase the past with fresh coats of paint and modern renovations, the whispers persist. Residents speak of strange sounds emanating from the vents, of ghostly murmurs that drift through the walls like echoes of a nightmare. The heating system groans its ancient lament, the pipes rattle in a haunting cadence. It's a tale they share in hushed tones, a story of a building that remembers, of whispers that never truly fade into silence. Story 11, the mysterious tale of the old box hidden in the attic, unfurled like a whispered secret in the dead of night. Covered in layers of dust and forgotten treasures, it held a collection of faded Polaroids, each a fragment of time frozen in sepia hues. Birthdays, family gatherings, the usual tapestry of memories until the final photo emerged, shrouded in an eerie silence. In that snapshot, amidst the familiarity of her living room, a family unknown to her sat frozen in a moment of joy. A woman with sunlit hair, a man with thick-rimmed glasses, and two children, their smiles genuine but their eyes unaware of the lurking presence in the shadows, a man, tall and enigmatic, watching from the hallway. Rebecca's fingertips trembled as she beheld the spectral figure, a shiver dancing down her spine like a ghostly caress. Descending the creaking stairs, she carried the photograph to the harsh light of her kitchen, where the lines between reality and the unknown blurred. Enter Detective Morgan, a figure of silent strength cloaked in a weathered leather jacket, his eyes piercing the veil of mystery that enveloped the photograph. With practiced hands, he traced the edges of the Polaroid, delving into the enigma that had tainted Rebecca's newfound home. As the investigation unfolded, the past unraveled its threads, weaving a tapestry of vanished families, each residing in the house for precisely 1 year before disappearing into the shadows of history. The Sutherlands, the Crawfords, the Mornos, all swallowed by the house's insatiable hunger for lives. Forensic whispers dated the photo to 15 years prior, revealing a sinister truth hidden in the stillness of the captured moment. The figure in the hallway, a specter of the past, stood as a sentinel of dread, his identity a shadowed enigma that led to the heart of the mystery. Beneath the house's concrete embrace, a grim tableau awaited discovery, preserved remnants of those lost to time, their fate sealed in the earth's silent embrace. Among the relics, a camera whispered tales of vanished smiles and unseen eyes watching from the dark corners of memory. As the investigation delved deeper, a hidden chamber in the attic unveiled the chilling truth, a diary of obsessions, a cot cloaked in shadows, and a cryptic message hinting at Rebecca's own perilous proximity to the unseen watcher. Retreating to a sanctuary of flickering hotel lights, Rebecca found no solace as the night whispered its secrets through the static of a call, the mechanical click of a camera capturing her fear in monochrome echoes. The house, now a sentinel of forgotten horrors, stands as a silent witness to the enigma of Samuel Whitfield, a specter of the past whose legacy lingers in the unseen gaze of photographs yet to be developed. In the darkness where shadows dance with memory, new families unknowingly tread the path of those lost to the house's hunger. And in the quiet of the night, the watchers wait, their eyes unseen, but their presence felt a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, lest they awaken the ghosts of the past to haunt the present. Story 12. In the quiet of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a subtle anomaly that caught the mother's eye. Dismissing it as mere interference, she settled back into the comfort of her bed. But then a crackling static filled the room, and a voice, soft and chilling, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down her spine as her blood turned cold, her instincts on high alert. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, the panic rising within her like a storm. As she flung open the door, her worst fears became reality. The crib stood empty, the room devoid of life. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only unsettling presence was a stuffed rabbit, its unblinking black eyes fixed on her, as if silently watching, knowing. In the aftermath, Rebecca's anguished screams pierced the night, echoing through the walls until her voice grew hoarse. The neighbors, stirred by her cries, summoned help, and soon emergency services descended upon the scene. They found her cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of disbelief and despair. The disappearance of 4-month-old Samuel baffled investigators. No signs of forced entry marred the home, the security system stood vigilant, and yet a child had vanished without a trace. Suspicion cast its shadow upon Rebecca, her history of postpartum struggles painting her as a figure of scrutiny. But then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Microscopic fibers alien to the household clung to the nursery windowsill, a whisper of a clue leading to a revelation. The threads told a tale of a skilled intruder, a phantom in the night, scaling the walls with a rare climbing rope, leaving no trace but a chilling absence. As the investigation twisted, Daniel, the absent husband, returned to a storm of accusations. His hands, marked by peculiar calluses, hinted at a hidden life of rock climbing, a passion intertwined with secrets. Financial records whispered of ulterior motives, a web of deceit spun around a substantial insurance policy and clandestine phone calls. The truth unraveled further, exposing a tangled web of betrayal. A second family hidden in the shadows, a past intertwined with loss and longing. Elaine, a ghost from the past, emerged as the orchestrator of the night's horrors, driven by a grief that knew no bounds. In a basement shrouded in shadows, Samuel was found, cradled by the arms of the woman who had orchestrated his disappearance. Elaine, a specter of vengeance, surrendered to the truth, her motives lost in the depths of her hollow gaze. The trial unveiled a symphony of deceit, each note a damning confession. The baby monitor, once a conduit of fear, now held the key to justice. The whispered voice, the static hum, all pieces of a puzzle that led to a reckoning. As the courtroom hushed, the enhanced audio echoed through the halls, revealing the truth hidden in plain sight. Daniel's cough, a telltale echo of guilt, sealed his fate alongside Elaine. Their conspiracy crumbled under the weight of undeniable proof. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred but resilient, sought solace in a new beginning, a life untangled from the web of lies. The stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to their ordeal, remained locked away, a reminder of the darkness that had once enveloped them. And so the night of whispers faded into memory, a cautionary tale of betrayal and redemption, a reminder that even in the stillness of the night, truth will always find its voice. Story 13. The wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, catching her attention with a subtle creak. Intrigued, she knelt down and traced the edges of the loose board, sensing the hidden void beneath. The floor, once seemingly solid, now whispered of secrets waiting to be uncovered. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, revealing a shadowy, narrow space that lay concealed beneath her humble abode. Dust motes danced in the dim light, cobwebs shimmering like delicate lace. But there, in the midst of the darkness, lay a chilling discovery. A mattress, a solitary chair, and in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with haunting repetitions of her own name. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman peered into the abyss beneath her newfound sanctuary. The fear etched in Sarah's gaze spoke of more than mere surprise. It echoed a deeper violation, a sinister intrusion into the sanctity of her new beginning. "Don't disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice rang out, a steady anchor in the midst of uncertainty. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, unveiling a collage of surveillance images adorning the walls, snapshots capturing Sarah's every move, a shrine of obsession hidden beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly recluse named Walter Green, a man who had passed away with no kin to claim his legacy. The property, vacant for months, had seemed innocuous to all who crossed its threshold. The real estate gloss had painted it as charming and in need of minor touch-ups, omitting any hint of the chilling secrets lurking within. "I never met him," Sarah's voice trembled. "The previous owner, the neighbors said he kept to himself. I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." As crime scene investigators descended upon the scene, their tools clattering against the wooden floors, they meticulously captured the hidden chamber's contents. The mattress, the chair, the notebook, all carefully documented as evidence. Forensic specialists uncovered a web of fingerprints, all belonging to the enigmatic Walter Green. Yet, what sent shivers down their spines was the revelation of Walter's meticulous timeline. Through utility records and dated photographs, it became clear that he had been shadowing Sarah for 3 long years before his demise. A ghostly presence woven into the fabric of her life, unseen and unfathomable. The fixation it escalates, the department psychologist mused during a debriefing. From fantasy to obsession, from obsession to action. The hidden room suggests a chilling prelude to something more sinister. Detective Reed's inquiry took a twist when she sought out Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center's maintenance crew. The man's nervous demeanor betrayed a hidden truth, his fidgeting hands a telltale sign of unease. Walter spoke of her at times, he confessed. He believed she was special, like someone he once knew. I thought it was harmless infatuation, nothing more. The man fell silent, haunted by his own revelations. A search of Walter's untouched workplace locker yielded a mysterious key, leading to a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door groaned open, revealing a replica of Sarah's former life furniture mimicking her every possession, a mirror image of her existence. A mannequin, adorned with a wig mirroring her own, sat sentinel at a replica desk. But the most chilling detail was the calendar, its pages marked with a date looming just 1 week after Walter's sudden demise. The word "together" scrawled across the circled day in crimson ink, a haunting echo of a deluded mind's final design. In Walter's youth, he had been institutionalized for an obsession with a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania, a distorted belief in a reciprocated love that defied reality. Released into the world, he had lived a quiet existence until Sarah unwittingly reignited his dormant fixation. Spread across the precinct's conference table, the evidence painted a portrait of a man driven by a twisted conviction of destiny. In his mind they were meant to be, Detective Reed murmured, gazing at the haunting images that told a story of silent obsession. Could she have crossed paths with him unknowingly? A fellow detective pondered. Reed's reply was a solemn shake of the head. Sometimes these fixations need no spark, a glance, a passing moment enough to ignite a dormant obsession. Unable to shake the lingering sense of violation, Sarah chose to part ways with the cottage, selling it to sever the ties to a phantom presence that had haunted her sanctuary. As she bid farewell to the home, standing in its empty confines with arms wrapped protectively around herself, she whispered, "What if I hadn't discovered the hidden truth? How long would I have lived in unaware proximity to his gaze, to his dark intentions?" Walter's demise marked the end of an investigation labeled as stalking with intent, a sinister dance that never reached its foreboding crescendo. Sarah, now a distant figure in a new locale, altered her routines, shielded her privacy, a silent survivor of a close call with fate. Detective Reed, a silent guardian in the shadows, occasionally checked in on her, a wordless vigil against the specter of what could have been. The cottage passed into new hands, oblivious to the phantoms that once dwelled beneath its floorboards. Life ebbed on, the hidden room sealed, the past's dark secrets buried beneath layers of fresh paint and new beginnings. But for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor lingered as a cautionary whisper, a reminder of unseen perils, of monsters that fade into shadows, and of the fragile line that separates safety from the abyss. The tale of Sarah and Walter became a haunting legend, a story of what almost was, a narrative of how close one can come to the edge before veering away into the uncertain realms of the unknown. Story 14. It started with a simple pocket dial, just static and distant echoes. The operator was about to dismiss it as a glitch until a voice broke through the noise. A woman, her words hurried and hushed, whispered, "He's here," and then silence. The call originated from an empty house, a place forgotten by time, its walls holding secrets buried in dust. No signs of intrusion, no traces of disturbance. Yet on the kitchen counter, amidst the layers of neglect, sat a phone, its screen softly illuminating the stillness. The call had been made mere moments ago. Detective Morgan Reed listened to the playback repeatedly, each time the whisper echoing in her mind, desperate, fearful, and inexplicable. The abandoned property once belonged to the Sullivans, who had fled after a fire devoured a part of their home. Since then, the house stood silent, untouched by life. The caretaker swore no one had trespassed in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired her partner, Detective Walsh. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter. She passed away in a car accident 3 years ago." Morgan's gaze lingered on the phone in the evidence bag. The puzzle made no sense, a deceased woman's phone calling from a deserted house. The dust around the phone seemed disturbed only beneath its exact placement, almost as if it had materialized out of thin air. The forensic team's search yielded no clear answers. No identifiable fingerprints on the phone, only smudges too faint to trace. No footprints leading in or out, no hints of a break-in. The recording, a mere 11 seconds of static, breaths, and 5 chilling words, became the focal point of their inquiry. Voice analysis linked it to Catherine Sullivan with 98% certainty, matching her voice from old recordings. Strangely, the timestamp marked the call's timing as the precise moment of Catherine's tragic demise 3 years earlier. Morgan and Walsh delved into Catherine's past, speaking to everyone who had known her. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely puzzled. Her mother, residing in a modest apartment, wept upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds terrified." Catherine's former boyfriend, Mark Jennings, had a solid alibi for the night of the call, working a night shift at the hospital, verified by multiple witnesses and surveillance footage. Moreover, the house had stood empty. The call should have been impossible, yet it had happened. The case hit a dead end until Catherine's mother contacted Morgan. "I found something in her belongings," she trembled. "Katie kept a journal, the final entry. You must read it." The journal chronicled Catherine's relationship with Mark, an idyllic start followed by possessiveness, isolation, and ultimately fear. The last entry forewarned, "He discovered I'm leaving. He's enraged. If something happens to me, it won't be an accident." Morgan confronted Mark once more. His composed facade crumbled under scrutiny about the journal. "You think I harmed Katie because of her words. That's not proof. The accident report stated you arrived first at the scene," Morgan pointed out, "prior to emergency services. I was concerned when she didn't show up. I went searching," Mark insisted. "Her car veered off a remote road. How did you know where to look?" His complexion drained. "I told you I was worried." Investigators revisited the crash site. Although the car had been long gone, Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar scan. 20 feet from the impact zone, they unearthed Catherine's actual phone. The one found in the house was a decoy stored at her parents' residence. Analysis of the buried phone unveiled deleted messages exchanged between Catherine and her sister on the fatal night. "Mark discovered I'm leaving him. He's tailing me in his car," followed by, "He's driving me off the road." Upon re-examination of Catherine's autopsy photos, the medical examiner noted injuries inconsistent with a mere crash. Defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns indicative of strangulation. When the authorities arrived to apprehend Mark, he had vanished. His apartment unveiled a shrine dedicated to Catherine photographs, belongings pilfered from her family, and press clippings about her demise. Among his possessions, they uncovered audio editing software and scripts detailing how he engineered the phantom call by splicing Catherine's voice from archived recordings. The call had been his macabre game, a ploy to confound investigators and torment Catherine's grieving kin. The investigation expanded to other cases involving Mark, a former emergency responder. 2 additional deaths of young women, both ruled as accidents, surfaced. Both had been romantically involved with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle outside the Sullivan house. Inside, he sat in the kitchen, fixated on a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance upon arrest. She wouldn't keep quiet, he confessed to Morgan during interrogation. Even after I silenced her, she persisted, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to believe she lingered somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me. The jury swiftly reached a verdict guilty of first-degree murder. As the sentence echoed through the courtroom, Catherine's mother clutched the journal tight against her heart. Justice had arrived, not through supernatural whispers, but through Catherine's resolute voice in her writings, her fears etched in ink, her final plea to find sanctuary. The phone from the forsaken house now rests in the evidence chamber. Occasionally, officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery had long been removed. Catherine's narrative endures, not as a spectral fable, but as a testament that victims discover ways to be heard, even when their voices are muted. Story 15: The Enigmatic Doll. In the depths of the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, they unearthed it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, stumbled upon this mysterious relic, its presence a whisper of forgotten tales. At first they dismissed it with laughter, deeming it just another relic of the past. Yet as night descended and they retired to their bed, a subtle unease crept into the air. A heaviness lingered, the silence taking on a haunting quality. And come morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel in the dim light. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the allure of the Victorian house they purchased at auction, drawn in by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic aura. Little did they know that the history woven into its walls would soon entwine with their own. One brisk autumn morning, Detective Rachel Winters received a call that would unravel a chilling mystery. In the master bedroom, a female victim lay in a contorted pose, eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim seemed frozen in a desperate attempt to flee. The scene was pristine, devoid of signs of struggle or forced entry, a tableau of eerie precision. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, a sense of foreboding hung in the air. The victims appeared arranged, almost like dolls plucked from a macabre collection. The investigation unfolded, each thread leading deeper into a web of intrigue. Neighbors whispered of shadows dancing in empty windows and phantom laughter echoing through the night. The forensic team uncovered traces of vintage fabrics, reminiscent of doll clothing, scattered throughout the house. Yet no fingerprints, no DNA, no tangible presence of an intruder. Delving into the property's history unveiled a haunting pattern. Previous owners met tragic fates under inexplicable circumstances. rumors of antique toys appearing out of thin air and spectral footsteps haunting empty corridors painted a macabre tapestry of the past. A newspaper clipping hinted at a tragic tale, a doll maker and his daughter, shrouded in mystery and tragedy. The final creation, a doll said to bear the essence of a lost child, cast a shadow over the present investigation. The breakthrough came with hidden photographs, revealing the dollmaker's uncanny creations and a doll eerily identical to the one discovered by Sarah and Michael. Infrared scans unveiled spectral handprints tracing a chilling path from the attic to the master bedroom, a silent witness to unseen forces at play. A distant relative of the dollmaker spoke of arcane rituals and whispered secrets, hinting at a darkness that transcended the material realm. The truth, elusive and macabre, lingered just beyond reach, shrouded in the mists of the unknown. As the investigation faltered, Detective Winters clung to the enigmatic doll, a talisman of unresolved mysteries. Yet the night it vanished from her custody, leaving behind only whispers of inexplicable events and a sense of disorientation that defied explanation. The house changed hands once more, its troubled legacy casting a pall over its grandeur. The new owners discovered the attic devoid of all but a solitary blanket, a silent testament to the secrets it once held. The doll, elusive and enigmatic, slipped beyond grasp, a phantom of the night. Detective Winters, haunted by the enigma that eluded her, retired into the shadows, carrying with her a photograph that bore witness to a bygone era. Locked away, it remained a silent sentinel to the mysteries that lingered, obscured by the passage of time. And so the house stood in silence, its attic untouched, a dormant relic of a past steeped in shadows. Yet on nights cloaked in stillness, whispers of a child's laughter drifted on the wind, a ghostly echo of a tale left untold. Story 16, the parcel arrived with a sense of mystery, lacking any traceable information, a mere cardboard box tinged with the morning's dew. It was not intended for her, for though the address was correct, the name inscribed was unfamiliar. She hesitated, debated leaving it untouched on her doorstep, but the allure of the unknown beckoned her. With a sense of trepidation, she tore open the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothing. Yet nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note, "Watch alone." Sarah Miller held the black plastic cassette in her hands, sensing an inexplicable weight to it, as though it bore the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingertips grazed the weathered edges, feeling the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The note, with its urgent handwriting, hinted at secrets waiting to be unveiled. Amidst the backdrop of a tranquil suburban neighborhood, Sarah found herself enveloped in a world of ordinary sounds: a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children playing nearby, the drone of a lawnmower in the distance. Unbeknownst to the outside world, a silent enigma had just crossed her threshold. Bringing the package inside, she placed it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty gnawing at her mind. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance in her memory. Having resided in the house for years, she had never encountered mail addressed to him. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell long ago, leaving behind no trace of a Daniel Whitaker. Curiosity wrestled with unease as she eyed her VCR, a relic of nostalgia gathering dust. There was an inexplicable pull to the tape, a mystery cloaked in worn plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. Initially, static danced across the screen, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle hinted at haste, capturing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features shrouded in shadow. My name is Daniel Whitaker. His voice resounded, quiet yet resolute. If you're watching this, someone has found you, and they will find me too. Leaning forward, his weary countenance emerged from the darkness, eyes haunted, stubble adorning his face, hair unkempt. I am innocent. I need you to believe that. They planted evidence against me, my fingerprints, my DNA, though I never laid a hand on her. As he adjusted the camera, the stark surroundings of his temporary abode came into view: bare walls, minimal furnishings, the refuge of a man on the brink of flight. They framed me, Daniel continued, desperation seeping into his words. The authorities will claim I knew the victim, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard us in conflict. None of it is true. I only saw Catherine Walsh's face on the news after her death. His voice wavered, murdered in her own home, and yet my DNA was inexplicably present at the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the VHS tape before her, the fifth to surface with the same haunting message from Daniel Whitaker, a man accused of Catherine Walsh's murder, who had vanished without a trace. The initial simplicity of the Walsh case had unraveled with the emergence of these tapes, casting doubt on established truths. Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit and hidden agendas. As the investigation deepened, a startling revelation emerged: Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entangled in a web of corruption. Walsh had stumbled upon damning evidence of data manipulation in clinical trials, exposing the company's deceit. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a picture of corporate malfeasance and calculated betrayal. Sarah Miller's world was upturned once more with the arrival of a second package, laden with incriminating documents implicating PharmaCorp in a cover-up. As Ramirez connected with other recipients of the mysterious tapes, a pattern emerged, revealing Daniel Whitaker's role as a pawn in a sinister game of manipulation. The tide turned when Sarah noticed a crucial detail in her copy of the tape, a reflection hinting at a hidden location. Teaming up with Ramirez, they uncovered a storage unit holding the key to unraveling the conspiracy. Daniel Whitaker's journal, Catherine Walsh's evidence, and a meticulously crafted scheme to frame him, all laid bare within the confines of Unit 217. Justice, albeit unconventional, prevailed through the relentless pursuit of truth. Executives faced indictment, the head of security turned informant, and the tainted drug was pulled from consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from seclusion, a changed man bearing the scars of his ordeal. In a fleeting encounter with Sarah, he revealed the cryptic selection process that had brought the truth to light. The VHS tapes, now logged as evidence, stood as a testament to the power of curiosity and the unraveling of deception. In a world shrouded in shadows, sometimes it takes a curious soul to unearth the light of truth from the depths of obscurity. Story 17. The new homeowners found the old intercom system in their Victorian manor to be a peculiar relic, crackling with mysterious messages late at night. Daniel and Meredith Parker were drawn to the property's historic charm, unaware of the dark secrets it held. One fateful night, curiosity led Daniel to press the intercom button, unleashing a haunting whisper that sent shivers down his spine. His wife, standing beside him, denied ever speaking those words. As Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a possible break-in, she sensed an unspoken tension lingering in the air. Daniel, with a ghostly pallor, recounted the eerie events that had unfolded since they discovered a hidden journal behind a wall during a renovation project. The journal belonged to Alina Blackwood, the previous owner, who had penned her fears of her husband's sinister intentions before mysteriously disappearing decades ago. The investigation into Vincent and Alina Blackwood's past revealed a chilling tale of betrayal and murder. Vincent, now elderly and residing in a care facility, confessed to silencing Alina through a heinous act of violence. His calm demeanor as he recounted the twisted web of deception sent a chill down Detective Reeves' spine. Vincent's carefully crafted facade of Alina's departure unraveled as forensic evidence unearthed her remains buried beneath the garden shed. The inscription on her wedding band bore a poignant message of eternal love, starkly contrasting with the brutal reality of her fate. Vincent's guilty plea in court marked the end of a long-standing deception and the beginning of justice for Alina. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's tragic history, chose to sell the property after a solemn memorial for Alina. The garden, once a burial ground, was now a place of remembrance and closure. As the intercom system was removed by the new owners, whispers of static and voices lingered in the air, a reminder of Alina's presence that could not be silenced. Detective Reeves, haunted by the echoes of the past, drove by the manor occasionally, listening for the faint whispers that seemed to linger in the wind. The house, with its secrets laid bare, stood as a silent witness to the tragic tale of love turned to darkness. In the quiet moments of dusk, the manor whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen, a solemn reminder of the price paid for a voice unheard. Story 18. She gazed into the mirror, clearing the mist with a gentle swipe, expecting to see her familiar reflection staring back at her. Yet a subtle unease crept over her as she noticed something amiss. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire remained the same, but a lingering discomfort settled in as she continued to peer into the looking glass. A flicker caught in the periphery of her vision, a movement that defied explanation. And as she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, almost as if it was watching her. The enigma of Rebecca Thorne's story unfolded from that eerie moment in her bathroom. What transpired next would puzzle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Living alone in a modest apartment nestled within a tranquil suburban enclave, Rebecca was known to her acquaintances as meticulous, reserved a woman who preferred solitude yet maintained a friendly rapport with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm dictated a life dictated by routine and precision. Never did anyone suspect that she would become the focal point of one of the most perplexing criminal inquiries of the era. Initially, the disturbances seemed trivial. Rebecca observed minor objects in her abode shifted from their usual places, nothing missing, just subtly rearranged. A cup relocated on a different shelf, books shuffled around, her toothbrush oddly out of place. She attributed these anomalies to mere lapses of memory, the inevitable consequence of laboring long hours under harsh fluorescent lights, straining her eyes over spreadsheets until they blurred. Detective Marion Shaw's involvement commenced when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these unsettling occurrences, finally reached out to the authorities. Upon the initial evaluation, no concrete evidence of a crime, suggesting a matter possibly better suited for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the issue but consigned it to the stack of non-urgent cases, deeming it devoid of tangible proof. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw would later recount. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a pervasive sense of unease within her own dwelling. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca vividly recounted the episode, how her reflection seemed to move independently, how an unseen gaze lingered even in solitude. This time she presented proof, surveillance footage from a camera she had installed, trained on her front door. The recording unveiled a sight that sent a shiver down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video captured Rebecca departing for work in the morning, followed by an identical figure using a key to access her residence 20 minutes later. Forensic experts scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation, finding none. The intruder mimicked Rebecca's movements, attire, and even carried the same distinctive leather bag. However, the timestamp data from her workplace security system indicated that Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with uncanny precision." The scrutiny escalated. Fingerprints within the apartment matched solely Rebecca's, devoid of any foreign DNA. Neighbors reported routine sightings of Rebecca, nothing out of the ordinary, just her usual comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned an encounter with Rebecca one evening where she received no acknowledgement, an anomaly she noted but did not find alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting these disturbances in a journal. Inexplicable alterations in her home accumulated. Food vanished from her refrigerator unaccounted for. Her computer displayed searches she had not initiated. Most unsettling were the photographs on her phone's self-portraits resembling her, yet taken without her recollection. In some images, her expression appeared subtly distorted, the smile too wide, the eyes too intense. "I fear I'm losing my grip on reality," she confided in Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is intent on convincing me that I am." The breakthrough emerged when investigators discerned a pattern within the surveillance footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery excursions, predetermined activities with foreseeable durations. "An individual well-versed in your routine," Shaw elaborated. "This is not happenstance. This is calculated surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited that they were confronting a case of fixation, an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, perhaps intending to supplant her entirely. While rare, such occurrences were documented in psychological archives. The perpetrator typically suffered a psychological rupture, fixating on a target who embodied something they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed its focus following Rebecca's mention of a former coworker, Lily Winters, dismissed due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their resemblances. Post-dismissal, she sent Rebecca a series of disconcerting emails, one asserting, "We could be interchangeable. At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to scour Lily's domicile. The revelations therein transformed the case from disconcerting to nightmarish. A room within Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her dwelling, shopping, socializing, all taken unbeknownst to her. A wardrobe housed precise duplicates of Rebecca's attire. Cosmetics mirroring Rebecca's preferred brands adorned a vanity, accompanied by meticulous notes detailing her gestures, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most damning were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself imitating Rebecca's gait, mannerisms, expressions. The evolution was apparent: initial attempts clumsy and conspicuous, later iterations nearly indistinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," Rebecca murmured upon witnessing the evidence. "Not merely imitate, but obliterate me." Technicians unearthed sophisticated equipment for crafting key duplicates and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had orchestrated an elaborate scheme to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar forecasting her itinerary. The ultimate aim of Lily remained elusive. Journals discovered in her residence contained rambling entries that vacillated between first and third person, occasionally referring to Rebecca as me and her in the same paragraph. The conclusive entry sent a chill through investigators. Soon, only one of us will prevail. The stronger version will endure. Upon authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Clues of a hurried exit lingered in her domicile drawers ajar, certain technology absent. A nationwide alert was disseminated. Rebecca was relocated to a secure site under protective custody. Her previous life locations surveilled incessantly for 3 weeks. Lily failed to materialize. The narrative took a disquieting turn when a security officer at Rebecca's former workplace reported a peculiar occurrence. Despite being on leave and safeguarded in a monitored refuge, Rebecca was observed entering the edifice. Surveillance footage confirmed the anomaly. A figure identical to Rebecca had entered the building utilizing a valid identification card, proceeded to her prior workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. The implications crystallized. Lily had not fled, she had seized her opportunity. She now inhabited Rebecca's existence, seamlessly stepping into her life while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case lingered unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large. Rebecca Thorne refrained from resuming her past life, fabricating a fresh persona in an undisclosed locale. Detective Shaw maintains a photograph on her desk, 2 women strikingly alike. One embodies Rebecca Thorne, the other embodies Lily Winters. Occasionally she scrutinizes their countenances, seeking disparities, the subtle cues that would differentiate one from the other. The truly chilling aspect Shaw often imparts to novice detectives is not that someone can resemble you or sound like you. It's the fervor with which they aspire to become you, erasing themselves in the endeavor. Identity is not just what we project, it is what we safeguard with utmost vigilance, and at times its worth is only realized when someone endeavors to purloin it. Story 19. In the heart of a storm, a leak in the roof forced her to venture into the attic, a place she always avoided. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in veils of dust and tangled cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, a peculiar sight caught her eye: a weathered dollhouse, intricately detailed, its miniature furniture arranged with meticulous care. Yet, as she gazed inside, a twist of unease gripped her gut. The tiny figures within were not mere dolls. They were delicate, hand-carved replicas of her own kin. Each tiny figure mirrored her family members precisely as they sat downstairs, except for one glaring anomaly. The figure meant to portray her stood by the attic threshold, defying the expected order. Tracing her finger along the dollhouse's roof, Rebecca Morgan sensed the outline where the miniature wooden figure stood. A chill, distinct from the draft whispering through the attic's timbers, coursed through her veins. This dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a temporary dwelling her family had recently inhabited. The unsettling revelation prompted Rebecca to reach out urgently to law enforcement. Responding officers found a family in distress, clustered in their living space, refusing to ascend to the upper floors. Initially brushing off their concerns as perhaps an elaborate hoax or the imaginings of unsettled minds in a new home, Detective Sarah Harmon soon found herself immersed in a mystery that defied explanation. The precision of it all struck me, Detective Harmon later reflected. Each tiny figurine captured a unique trait of the family members: the father's receding hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the mother's subtle birthmark. The case took a chilling turn when forensic analysis revealed fingerprints on the dollhouse that matched none of the family's own. Even more disturbing were the microscopic cameras concealed within the tiny figure's eyes, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system hidden beneath the dollhouse. Scrutiny of the Morgan family's movements unveiled a disconcerting pattern. The figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored the family's positions on that fateful evening, but replicated their stances from various other days, hinting at a prolonged scrutiny of their lives. We realized it wasn't merely a case of stalking, Detective Harmon explained. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation seldom seen in criminal profiles. A concealed entrance in the pantry unveiled a hidden basement chamber, furnished with signs of occupancy predating the Morgan family's arrival. Food remnants, discarded bottles, and a makeshift bed indicated an intruder had dwelled beneath the family's feet for weeks. The absence of forced entry perplexed investigators further, as records disclosed the property's vacancy for the better part of a year before the Morgans' tenancy. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had passed away in quick succession, leaving their son to manage the property's sale and subsequent rental. Neighborhood inquiries yielded scant information, save for a lone elderly witness who sporadically noted lights in the vacant house. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the place, she recounted to investigators. Never crossed my mind someone might be squatting there. Breakthrough came through digital sleuthing. Tracing the surveillance feed to an external server pinpointed an apartment across town. Inside, a tapestry of photographs depicting the Morgan family and former tenants adorned the walls. Journals chronicled the daily routines of each with unsettling precision. Most alarming was the workshop, housing myriad incomplete dollhouses, each representing a different local home. The apartment's inhabitant, Martin Wells, son of the previous homeowners, harbored mounting debts post-parental demise. Rather than sell the house outright, he fashioned a covert living space, surveilling the tenants while collecting rent. The dollhouse was his command center, surmised the assigned forensic psychologist. Each figure symbolized an individual under his watchful gaze. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a menace, it was his acknowledgement of her discovery of his voyeuristic scheme. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, attributing his actions to a need for vigilance over his childhood abode. They resided in my family home, occupying my parents' chambers. I needed assurance of their respect for it. When pressed about the figures' placements, he cryptically stated, I wanted them to comprehend my perpetual surveillance. Psychological assessments revealed a convoluted case of possessive fixation. Unable to cope with the loss of his childhood haven, Wells devised an elaborate ploy to maintain dominion over both property and occupants. The Morgan family forsook the house, never to return. Rebecca recounted that the most haunting moment wasn't the dollhouse's discovery, but its implication. Someone had observed us all along, manipulating our lives as if we were mere pawns. The true horror lay not in the dollhouse itself, but in realizing we were viewed as playthings in his twisted narrative. Wells faced a slew of charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, and unlawful surveillance. His case prompted a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws concerning property histories and agents' obligations to ensure homes are vacated properly before new tenants move in. During sentencing, the judge underscored the egregious violation the Morgan family had suffered. You didn't just invade their dwelling, you shattered their sense of sanctuary and independence. You bore witness to their most intimate moments, replicating them for your gratification. Of particular perturbation to criminologists was the potential duration of Wells' covert activities had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Scrutiny of his journals insinuated he had clandestinely inhabited multiple residences for nearly 2 years, crafting dollhouses for each observed family. The Morgans relocated far from the tainted abode, yet Rebecca confessed in her impact statement that she still harbored a sense of unease, habitually checking nooks and crannies. All dollhouses and miniatures were banished from their new dwelling. At times, I feel as though unseen eyes linger upon me, she disclosed. I wonder if, somewhere out there, a diminutive version of myself is manipulated within a dollhouse yet undiscovered. Story 20, the weary hotel exuded an air of neglect, a place transient souls passed through without a second thought. The receptionist handed her the key with a cryptic warning, a silent plea in his eyes. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered, a hint of unease in his voice. Intrigue tugged at her insides. That evening, shrouded in the hushed dimness of the hallway, she hesitated by the ominous door. The brass handle chilled her fingertips, sending a shiver down her spine. Superficially identical to its neighbors, it held a sinister secret only she could sense. Pressing her ear against the door, she heard a faint, rhythmic breath from within, an echo of hidden mysteries. Detective Morgan Reed emerged from her tired haze, slipping beneath the yellow tape marking the scene. The acrid tang of blood assaulted her senses, a grim familiarity that set her jaw. The room, a paradox of order and chaos, unveiled a macabre tableau. A young woman lay sprawled on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo, vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling in silent witness. Reed knelt by the victim, mindful of the evidence markers dotting the floor like ominous constellations. Third time this season, the forensic specialist remarked clinically, capturing the scene with his lens. Same modus operandi, Reed nodded gravely. The victim's attire clashed with the dingy motel's surroundings, a stark incongruity. An untouched handbag on the nightstand hinted at a motive beyond theft. The hotel manager lingered anxiously in the doorway, his pallor betraying his turmoil. "She checked in alone, paid in cash, I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during routine cleaning." Reed surveyed the room, noting the absence of forced entry or defensive wounds. The victim had either welcomed her assailant or recognized them, a chilling realization. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photographs on the board, piecing together a grim pattern of tragedy. 3 women resembling each other, discovered in nondescript motels. Speculation swirled, whispers of a predator lurking in the shadows. "Autopsy reports in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Cause of death, manual strangulation, no DNA under the victim's nails, no signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was personal, a vendetta veiled in brutality. Days blurred into nights as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage yielded no breakthroughs. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, defied the profile of a motel guest. A meticulous financial analyst with no visible enemies, her presence here defied logic. A breakthrough surfaced during Reed's conversation with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from work, the sister divulged, hands trembling around her cup. Mysterious, complicated. "I think he was married," leaning forward, Reed inquired. "Did she ever mention his name?" "Just see," the sister whispered. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues painted a portrait of a reserved professional, devoid of personal entanglements. Yet a business card hidden in her desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, senior vice president. Emerson exuded a facade of innocence when questioned, concealing a tumult beneath. His alibi seemed airtight, an evening with his spouse and acquaintances, but Reed sensed a flicker of deception in his gaze. "Did you socialize with Elaine outside of work?" she probed casually. A fleeting unease flickered across Emerson's features. "Only professionally." The tide turned when partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag linked to Emerson. Confronted, his mask crumbled. "We were involved," he confessed, "but she threatened to expose our affair to my wife. A motive for murder." Reed pierced the facade, Emerson's facade hardened. I never set foot in that motel. Yet evidence contradicted his words. A credit card trail tied him to the adjacent room linked to his corporate account. A clandestine camera in the room unveiled his dark secrets. Fiber matches, DNA traces, a damning digital trail all led to Emerson's undoing. His pattern unveiled, targeting women resembling his wife in youth, luring them to designated motels, capturing their encounters, erasing the evidence the women themselves. In interrogation, Emerson's veneer crumbled. They threatened everything, he murmured. My image, my marriage, my world. The trial unfolded swiftly, a spectacle of justice meted out in a sterile courtroom. Emerson's stoic facade remained unyielding, devoid of remorse. A lifetime sentence echoed through the chamber as he was led away, Reed catching a glimpse of emptiness in his gaze. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left saga. Psychologists dissected Emerson's psyche, armchair detectives unraveling the case's nuances, but for Reed, closure remained elusive. In hotel corridors, she found herself counting doors, pondering the secrets veiled behind them. In the evidence vault, 3 hotel keys rested, relics of a harrowing truth. A reminder that some doors, once opened, held horrors that could never be shut away. Story 21. The old Polaroid held secrets buried beneath layers of dust, a relic of a distant past. Within its faded borders, familiar scenes unfolded, a birthday party frozen in time, smiles frozen in place, and candles flickering with a gentle glow. Yet amidst the usual cheer, a subtle unease lingered, unnoticed by all but one. When Sarah Winters stumbled upon the forgotten box of photographs in her late mother's attic, she unwittingly unearthed a mystery that defied explanation. The box, labeled simply Memories, contained a collection of snapshots capturing moments of joy and togetherness from years long gone. But as Sarah sifted through the images, a chill crept up her spine, setting the stage for a haunting discovery. In the first photograph, a faint outline caught her eye, a shadowy figure lurking at the periphery of her 7th birthday celebration, his features obscured by darkness. With each subsequent photo, the mysterious man drew closer, his presence growing more palpable yet unnoticed by the oblivious subjects of the snapshots. Alarmed by the spectral intruder haunting her family's past, Sarah reached out to her father, hoping for a rational explanation to calm her rising fear. But his response only deepened the mystery, as he denied any knowledge of the enigmatic figure that had stealthily infiltrated their cherished memories. Determined to unravel the enigma shrouded in the photographs, Sarah sought the help of Detective Marcus Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic. As rain tapped against the window panes of the precinct, she laid out the puzzling evidence before him, each image a piece of a chilling puzzle. Together they traced the phantom's progression through the photos, his gradual encroachment upon the unsuspecting revelers sending shivers down their spines. Despite their efforts to identify the mysterious figure, his elusive nature defied easy explanation, hinting at a sinister presence lurking just beyond the frame. With each new revelation, the case took a dark turn, uncovering a connection to unsolved disappearances that spanned decades. Through painstaking analysis and technological enhancements, the shadowy figure began to take shape, revealing a sinister past intertwined with tragedy and loss. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling truth emerged. The ghostly figure was none other than Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a dark history of child abductions that had long haunted the region. His presence in the photographs marked a sinister chapter in the lives of those he had crossed paths with, leaving a trail of unspeakable horrors in his wake. The investigation led to a grim discovery, a hidden cache of mementos buried beneath Keller's former residence, each item a grim reminder of lives lost and families torn apart. Among them, Sarah recognized a long-lost bracelet, a haunting link to her own childhood and the sinister presence that had shadowed her past. As the truth came to light, a sense of closure mingled with a profound sorrow, as the families of the victims found answers they had long sought but never wished to uncover. The shadow in the photographs had been unmasked, his reign of terror exposed to the harsh light of justice. Alone in her apartment, Sarah gazed at the final birthday photo, the faces of her family frozen in time, a bittersweet reminder of moments lost to the shadows. And there in the background stood the figure of Robert Keller, a specter of darkness finally brought to justice, his legacy of fear and sorrow laid bare for all to see. In the quiet solitude of her room, surrounded by the echoes of the past, Sarah closed the box of photographs, each image a testament to the hidden dangers that lurk within the seemingly innocent moments captured on film. And as she drifted into a restless slumber, the memories of the past intertwined with the promise of a future free from the shadows that once haunted her dreams. Story 22. In the quiet stillness of the night, the old house stood as a silent witness to a mystery shrouded in shadows. For years it had remained vacant, a place where time seemed to stand still. Whispers of the past lingered in the air, telling tales of a young woman who vanished without a trace, leaving behind a haunting void. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they were met with a sense of unease that clung to the walls like a ghostly presence. The bedroom, locked from within, held secrets waiting to be unveiled. With a creak and a groan, the door yielded to their persistence, revealing a scene frozen in time. The air was thick with the musty scent of neglect, the weight of years settling like a heavy shroud. Yet amidst the dust and cobwebs something felt amiss. The bed was neatly made, the mirror gleaming in the dim light. On the desk, a solitary candle stood as a silent sentinel, its wax a testimony to the passage of time. But it was the notebook that drew their gaze, its pages open to a world long forgotten. Detective Morgan, a shadow in the half-light, traced the words written by a hand long gone. Elise Winters, her name whispered by the wind, had etched her thoughts upon the paper, a final testament to a life interrupted. As the detective sifted through the pages, the truth began to unfold like a delicate flower blooming in the darkness. Elise, a paralegal with a keen eye for detail, had stumbled upon a web of deceit woven by those she once trusted. Her words spoke of shadows lurking in the night, of a looming threat that no one else could see. The room held its secrets close, revealing only fragments of the truth. The silence was deafening, broken only by the scratching of pens and the soft murmur of voices. Elise's colleagues, faces drawn with worry, painted a picture of a woman on the brink of a discovery that would change everything. In the stillness of that room, where time stood frozen in a dance of shadows, the pieces began to fall into place. Hidden beneath the floorboards, a key whispered of secrets long buried, of a truth waiting to be unearthed. As the investigation delved deeper, a web of lies unfurled like a sinister tapestry, weaving a tale of greed and betrayal. The truth, like a hidden current beneath still waters, rose to the surface, revealing a darkness that had long been concealed. In the end, justice prevailed, a beacon of light shining through the darkness. Elise's voice, though silenced, echoed through the halls of power, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, truth will always find a way to be heard. And so the house stood empty once more, a silent sentinel to the secrets it held within its walls. The whispers of the past lingered in the air, a reminder of a life lost but never forgotten. And as the night fell, casting its shadows over the world, the house stood as a testament to the enduring power of justice, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. Story 23. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the early light. The fisherman's boat drifted along, barely causing a ripple. Lost in his thoughts, he nearly overlooked the peculiar sight near the shore, a suitcase bobbing gently in the water. At first glance, it seemed like a pile of discarded clothes, but a foul odor wafted towards him as he approached. The case was bound in chains, its metal edges corroded by time and exposure. When the authorities pried it open, they were met with a haunting scene. No clothes lay inside, only strands of hair and fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the very bottom, a chilling note that simply stated, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the air heavy with the scent of decay. The victim, a woman in her 30s, lay before her, dark hair now tangled and skin pallid from the water. The medical examiner worked meticulously, cataloging every detail before the body was carefully removed. What struck Mercer most was not the brutality of the crime, but the eerie care taken with the victim's appearance. Her nails were neatly manicured, her hair styled recently, and she was dressed in expensive attire. "She was not discarded here," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the tranquil water gently lapping at the shore. She was arranged, deliberately displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for selling luxurious properties. Divorced with no children, she led a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues described her as driven, precise, and fiercely private. Catherine's disappearance had been reported by her assistant after she failed to show up for a crucial showing with affluent clients. She would never miss that appointment, her assistant insisted, voice trembling. That sale was meant to be her crowning achievement. As investigators delved into Catherine's meticulously maintained modern home, they found everything in impeccable order, almost unnaturally perfect. Designer furniture was meticulously arranged, every surface gleaming. The fridge held neatly labeled meals for each day, and her closet showcased clothes arranged by color, shoes carefully stored in protective bags. However, a single anomaly caught their attention, a slightly ajar drawer in her home office. Inside, a leather-bound journal lay hidden. The final entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Further examination of Catherine's digital footprint revealed a series of unsettling emails from unknown senders, all containing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," sent at precisely the same time on different days. Her internet history hinted at searches for security systems and self-defense tools. Detective Mercer pieced together these clues, linking the meticulous staging of the crime scene to the eerie correspondence. "Our culprit is methodical," she whispered to her partner. "This was not a crime of passion. It was a carefully orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a local pawnshop owner who recognized Catherine's distinctive emerald necklace among the items pawned. The culprit was identified as Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for blending into the background. Surveillance footage revealed Linden's repeated visits to Catherine's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, sometimes without, always during times when she was away, showcasing properties. A search of Linden's modest apartment unveiled a chilling collection, walls adorned with surreptitiously taken photos of Catherine and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance. Some images were crossed out in red. Catherine turned out to be the third victim. Hidden behind a false wall in Lyndon's closet, investigators stumbled upon a meticulously arranged shrine. Each victim's personal belongings were meticulously laid out a hairbrush with stray strands, tissues stained with lipstick, keys, and receipts. Accompanying each collection was a small notebook detailing daily habits and preferences. The interrogation room fell silent as Lyndon was brought in for questioning. Despite his unassuming demeanor, his eyes held a disturbing intensity. Confronted with the evidence, he remained eerily calm. "They were flawed," he finally uttered, his voice devoid of emotion. "They pretended to be flawless, but I saw their imperfections." Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. She missed a spot when applying her lipstick. Her perfection was a facade. The search for the first two victims mentioned in Lyndon's note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were discovered. Each contained a woman resembling Catherine, real estate agents who projected an image of meticulous perfection. During the trial, Lyndon sat motionless, his expression vacant as the prosecution unraveled his chilling methods. He had stalked each woman, meticulously studying their lives before correcting what he perceived as imperfections by meticulously grooming them and dressing them in their finest attire before ending their lives. As the judge sentenced Lyndon to life without parole, the victims' families watched in solemn silence. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but haunting questions lingered. What drove Lyndon's fixation on these particular women? What inner flaw was he trying to erase through his twisted acts? The river continued its unhurried journey downstream, carrying away all traces of the horrors that had transpired. Yet in the quiet of the precinct on Mercer's desk lay copies of those unsettling notebooks, a stark reminder that in the facade of ordinary lives, darkness may lurk beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those who blend seamlessly into the world, patiently watching, waiting for a single flaw to expose itself. Story 24: The Mystery of the Whispering House. She had a desire to refresh the nursery's appearance before the little one's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue hue, a color that seemed to hold the weight of time and untold tales within its layers. As she carefully applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden surprise emerged from beneath the faint outlines of letters, gradually becoming more defined and legible. A message etched beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." A gasp escaped her lips. Stepping back, she noticed something peculiar: tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high on the wall for any child to reach. The revelation in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the commencement of what would later be dubbed the Whispering House case by investigators. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home just months prior at a remarkably low price. The real estate agent had made passing mention of minor cosmetic issues, failing to disclose the property's shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein, holding her notebook, pressed the doorbell. A woman answered, her pregnant belly clearly visible under paint-stained overalls. Dark circles framed her weary eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the unsettling discovery of the message and handprints. "The previous owners departed abruptly," the woman explained. "Neighbors claim they vanished in the dead of night. No moving truck, just essential belongings packed into their car." In the eerie silence of the historic home, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on aged floorboards as she made her way to the nursery. There she examined the wall partially painted over, the cryptic message still visible where the paint job had been abandoned. Beside it, 5 small handprints left in the wet paint, positioned at a height far beyond a child's reach. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property records. The house had changed owners 8 times in 3 decades, an unusually high turnover rate. Each family had stayed for less than 2 years. More troubling were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and a sensation of being watched as they slept. The detective delved further, requesting construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced the disappearance of 5 children under her care. Authorities at the time assumed they had run away, a common fate for orphans of that era. Upon Eleanor's passing, workers renovating the house uncovered a sealed room hidden behind the nursery wall. Inside, they found belongings of children, tiny shoes, toys, and clothing, but no trace of bodies. The case went cold, consigned to dusty archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling narrative. Each family with children reported eerie incidents, toys moving on their own, childish laughter echoing through empty corridors, and crayon sketches materializing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as figments of imagination until the ominous writing surfaced during repainting sessions. The message varied slightly in each account. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always unveiled during nursery repaints. A linguistic expert scrutinized photographs of the writing, confirming a match with samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. More unsettling were the handprints uniform in size and placement over decades, despite different children inhabiting the home. The investigation took a macabre turn as the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician flagged anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling a child's size. Breaking through the concrete, they made a chilling discovery. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had met their demise during Eleanor's tenure in the house. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had allegedly fled. To unveil hidden truths, the detective ordered the nursery doused in luminol. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall, concealed beneath layers of paint, imperceptible to the naked eye. Countless prints at varying heights, as if the children had sought to escape. Eleanor's journals, salvaged from county archives, exposed her twisted beliefs. She viewed orphaned children as vessels of special energy, intending to harness their vitality to prolong her own life. The children had etched their warnings into the wall, hoping future occupants would learn of their tragic end. The case concluded with the respectful burial of the 5 victims. Their identities were finally recognized not as runaways, but as victims of foul play. The house stood deserted thereafter, the expectant couple refusing to set foot inside again. Detective Klein completed her final report, featuring photographs of the luminol-illuminated handprints and the hidden message. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, an enigmatic presence persisted within that house, a force that transcended layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were eventually demolished during renovation, yet workers reported hearing children's whispers emanating from the debris. None were willing to return once their shifts ended. The house met a condemned fate, becoming another cold case archived away a tangible conclusion, yet spiritual inquiries left unanswered. The detective retained a photograph from the investigation, 5 luminous handprints in the darkness, a haunting reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks no fresh coat of paint can conceal. Story 25. In a quaint Victorian-era home, Michael and Sarah Klein embarked on a journey they never anticipated. The house, with its ornate woodwork and high ceilings, whispered tales of bygone days, enticing the couple with its old-world charm. Little did they know, beneath the surface of peeling wallpaper lay a mystery waiting to be unveiled. It began innocently enough, a water stain in the master bedroom catching Sarah's eye, a yellowish hue creeping across the floral wallpaper. Intrigued, they peeled back the layers, revealing a hidden story etched in ink. The name Alina Winters repeated endlessly, the handwriting frantic and uneven, filling every inch of the wall. Questions swirled in their minds. Who was Alina Winters? Why was her name plastered on the walls of their new home? Their online search led to a chilling discovery, a missing persons case from decades past. The woman in the photo, an eerie doppelganger of the previous homeowner, Margaret Cavendish. As curiosity turned to obsession, Michael and Sarah delved deeper into the mystery, uncovering a tangled web of deceit and tragedy. Margaret's true identity unraveled, revealing a disturbed woman named Rebecca Eldridge, plagued by dissociative identity disorder. Rebecca had assumed the persona of Alina, her childhood friend, after a tragic incident that led to Alina's disappearance. The walls of the house bore witness to Rebecca's fractured mind, the scrawled name a haunting reminder of her guilt and shattered reality. But the truth lay buried beneath the floorboards, where Alina's remains were discovered, bringing closure to a long-forgotten chapter of the past. The house, once a symbol of charm and elegance, now stood as a silent witness to a decades-old crime. Michael and Sarah's peaceful abode had transformed into a chilling relic of a twisted fate, forever marked as the place where secrets whispered from the walls led to the unraveling of a dark and tragic tale. As the night settled over the old Victorian home, its walls held secrets that only the moonlight could reveal, offering a mysterious lullaby to those who dared to listen. Story 26. The aging library had been marked for destruction, its walls echoing with the sound of impending change. Workers toiled tirelessly, their tools biting into the familiar structure, dismantling it piece by piece. Yet as the demolition neared completion, a twist of fate intervened. A laborer, sweat-slicked and weary, stumbled upon a concealed latch hidden within the labyrinth of bookshelves. With a hushed click, the secret mechanism yielded, unveiling a clandestine passage leading to a forgotten chamber. The air within was heavy, stagnant, a time capsule untouched by human hands for decades. No furniture adorned the space, save for a solitary chair at its heart, firmly anchored to the floor, and etched repeatedly upon the wall in frantic desperation, a haunting declaration lingered, "I am still here." The foreman overseeing the project swiftly alerted the authorities, sensing a shift in the mundane rhythm of their work. What had begun as a routine task now spiraled into the realm of the enigmatic and the ominous. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned veteran of the force, arrived on the scene, his footsteps a whisper in the dimness of the hidden room. A beam of light pierced the darkness, revealing the chilling message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the narrow confines. "Let no one disturb a single thing until our forensics team arrives." The library's past whispered of intrigue and tragedy, casting a shadow over the present discovery. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the establishment had been bequeathed to the public following the mysterious vanishing of their daughter, Rebecca. Her disappearance, shrouded in uncertainty, had left a void in the community, a puzzle unsolved, a wound unhealed. Despite exhaustive efforts, the truth behind her fate remained elusive, with speculation swirling but never coalescing into certainty. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, a tapestry of evidence began to emerge. Strands of hair and fibers clung to the aged chair, while the scratches on the wall harbored microscopic traces of blood and skin cells, silent witnesses to a tumultuous past. Initial analysis hinted at a young female presence, a spectral presence lingering in the shadows of the forgotten room. Walsh, fueled by a gnawing curiosity, delved into the annals of the Harrington lineage. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance raised suspicions, casting a pall over the seemingly altruistic gesture. Closer scrutiny unearthed a troubling detail. The installation of the bookshelf concealing the hidden chamber had been orchestrated by a contractor with intimate ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and patriarch of the family. Financial records whispered of clandestine transactions, of payments that exceeded the bounds of mere renovation. Former library staff, their memories stirred by the revelation, painted a portrait of Maxwell's solitary vigils in the secluded section, a sanctuary veiled from prying eyes. One elderly librarian recalled his unwavering insistence on preserving that very space, citing its historical significance as a shield against the passage of time. The investigation took a harrowing turn when DNA evidence from the hidden chamber intertwined with strands from Rebecca's own hairbrush, linking the past to the present in a macabre dance of revelation. The pieces of a grim puzzle began to align, painting a portrait of captivity and betrayal within the confines of the library's walls. Armed with a warrant, detectives descended upon the Harrington estate, unearthing a journal concealed within Maxwell's sanctum. Its pages bore witness to a descent into obsession, a descent that culminated in a chilling ultimatum: silence or captivity. Maxwell's veneer of denial cracked under the weight of incriminating evidence, revealing a man consumed by his own dark machinations. "I couldn't let her ruin everything," Maxwell confessed, his words devoid of remorse, hollow echoes of a fractured soul. The truth spilled forth, a tale of coercion turned to violence, of a life extinguished in the name of preservation. Beneath the floorboards of the hidden chamber lay the remains of Rebecca, a specter silenced but not forgotten, a victim of familial treachery. The courtroom, a stage for justice long delayed, bore witness to Maxwell's reckoning, the pall of guilt heavy upon his shoulders. Rebecca's family, stoic in their grief, clung to the silver bracelet that adorned their daughter's skeletal wrist, a token of remembrance in a sea of loss. The library, once slated for oblivion, now stood as a monument to a life cut short, a testament to the enduring power of truth unearthed. Flowers adorned its entrance, a silent tribute to a soul trapped in time, a soul that persisted in its whispered refrain, "I am still here." In the twilight of justice, Rebecca's voice echoed through the halls, a whisper of vindication in a world haunted by shadows. Story 27. Renovations always have a way of unraveling hidden secrets. Amongst the dusty relics and forgotten treasures, there lies a tale waiting to be uncovered. Sarah and Michael, drawn to the charm of a Victorian-era home, embarked on a journey of restoration, unaware of the unsettling discovery that awaited them. As they lifted the old floorboards, a delicate letter emerged, carefully tucked beneath the worn wood. The paper, fragile with age, bore a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before the couple could fully grasp the weight of those words, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the obscure, arrived on the scene. With the floorboards pulled aside, revealing a hidden void below, she delicately retrieved the ominous note, noting the couple's inadvertent touch had tainted potential evidence. Reed listened intently as Sarah and Michael recounted the chilling sound that had unsettled them. Background checks painted a picture of an ordinary couple with no apparent red flags. However, the history of the house whispered of untold secrets. Once belonging to the Hargrove family, the residence had stood silent for years after the passing of its last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, a solitary widow with no known enemies. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensic analysis dated the letter back 2 decades. The handwriting bore traces of anxiety and urgency, hinting at a troubled past. Franklin, Margaret's late husband, had been a respected figure in the community, yet whispers of his descent into paranoia cast a shadow over their once tranquil life. As Reed delved deeper, piecing together fragments of the past, a revelation emerged from the shadows of memory. Margaret's sister, though frail and fading, whispered of a debt collector known only as Victor Mercer, whose ominous presence haunted their lives. Franklin's gambling debts had spiraled out of control, leading to a fatal confrontation that had been shrouded in secrecy for years. With the aid of forensic experts, Reed uncovered a grim truth buried beneath the house, a skeleton, identified as Victor Mercer, concealed in a makeshift grave. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, painting a grim picture of betrayal and desperation. Margaret's diaries, hidden away in the attic, bore witness to the haunting legacy of guilt and fear that had plagued her for years. The house, now tainted by the echoes of the past, stood as a silent witness to the tragedy that had unfolded within its walls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of its dark history, chose to part ways with the dwelling, leaving it abandoned to its secrets. Whispers circulated among locals of ghostly knocks in the dead of night, a haunting reminder of the sins that lingered in the shadows. Detective Reed, in her final report, pondered the enigmatic nature of the human heart, acknowledging that some mysteries defy resolution. The letter, preserved in evidence storage, bore witness to a tale of betrayal and remorse, a cautionary message echoing through the ages: don't trust the one who knocked. The truth, veiled in layers of deceit and longing, remained a ghostly whisper in the winds of time, a reminder that not all secrets are meant to be unveiled.